Well, a very good evening and a warm welcome. We join you here from York Hall, somewhat a mecca of British boxing, for an incredible night of action here on FightZone TV. We've got 10 great fights on the card here ahead of us, and that's not all. As if that's not enough, then we've got more fights from the Cayman Islands with an incredible headlining fight. Matt Windle and Craig Derbyshire, who'll be battling it out for the Commonwealth Light Flyweight title. That's to come later, but first let's crack on with our first fight of the evening here from York Hall with our MC Vernon Ray.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the world famous home of British boxing here at the York Hall in Bethnal Green. Tonight we're going to bring you an action-packed evening of professional boxing. We are looking for you to get behind the boxers tonight and bring the atmosphere, so people back at home watching live are missing out. 9 contests we have here this evening, brought to you by TM14 Promotions in association with Mo Pryor. We are live on FightZone this evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is time to bring the action inside the ropes. Are you ready? 4 rounds of boxing in the super middleweight division we have for you right now. Introducing to you first, making his way to the blue corner. Let's make some noise for Bakas. And his opponent making his way to the ring, boxing out of the red corner. Let's make some noise for him, George Mitchell.
Well, here we go then, George Mitchell making his way to the ring. Unbeaten at this point, 5-0, early in his career still. He lives in St Albans now in Hertfordshire, but London born. He'll want to put on a show here this evening. Made his debut in 2019. Last time out was a 4-rounder at Alexandra Palace against Greg O'Neill.
The runners and riders in bout number 1 this evening. TM14 in association with Mo Pryor bringing you the action tonight, live on FightZone right here at the York Hall in Bethnal Green. 4 rounds of boxing in the super middleweight division we have for you right now. Introducing to you first, boxing out of the blue corner in the all-black trunks from Pavenskias in Lithuania, Vidas Bakas. And his opponent facing across the ring, he is boxing out of the red corner this evening, ladies and gentlemen. He is an unbeaten boxer. 5 contests, 5 wins, 1 by way of big knockout. He's in the white and red trunks this evening. On the scales, 172 pounds and 6 ounces. From St Albans in Hertfordshire, ladies and gentlemen, George Mitchell. The man outside the ropes on the bell is John Smith, and the third man inside looking after the action is Sean McAvoy. Best of luck to both boxers.
So fighters getting the final instructions now from the referee, and a warm welcome if you're just joining us. We join you this evening from York Hall, a very special venue for British boxing as we get our first fight underway. 9 fights on this stacked card here from York Hall, and then we'll also have plenty more to come from the Cayman Islands later as well, so plenty of boxing action for you this evening. Stacey Copeland here with you this evening, and I've got 2 very special guests to help us dissect and discuss what's going on in the ring this evening. Ringside with me is Tunde Ajay, of course, trainer and manager of Anthony Yard, and Denzel Bentley as well, 2-time British champion. So lovely to have your company. Denzel, you first. How are you doing?
I'm all good, thanks. You know, just enjoying the show and looking forward to some good fights tonight.
And you've got good memories here that you just told me about before. How important is it, this venue, to British boxing?
Yeah, it's very important, man. It's grassroots. I mean, everyone from this country that boxes, has a license here, wants to fight here. Just experience your core. I mean, this is all everyone ever talks about. So as an amateur, I remember coming here for the ABAs, the novices, and I never got to box that day. And from then I was like, I want to box in your court at some point, and I've boxed there a few times now, and I'm happy with that. Certainly
like a rite of passage, isn't it? Sunday, what do you make of the start that George Mitchell's made it? Heavy-handed, isn't he?
Very impressive. You know, I always like to see any professional at any level start with a left jab. You know, because that is the basics and the key of boxing. And this young man seems to have a lot of talent and variation. There we see a left uppercut, right hook. One of our best combinations there, and it's beautiful. He's looking smooth.
He's got a very relaxed style, Denzel, hasn't he? Low guard.
Yeah. I mean, he's comfortable. He's relaxed. He believes in his ability. I remember sparring him when he was a little younger, and he was just sharp. So, you know, I was expecting a good performance from him today. He's been missing for a while. I haven't really seen him box for a while, but yeah, you know, he's a good fighter, man.
He certainly is. Well, he's had 4 rounders, won 3 on points and 1 stoppage, and he's had a 6-rounder as well.
Trained by Daly Perales, you know, good young trainer, up and coming trainer, and I know Daly took him out to Las Vegas and watched Mayweather training, and you can see his influence. You can see Mayweather's influence in his style, you know, turning and shouldering and loose limbed, and I'm looking forward to his journey.
He's in with a relatively experienced German. Oh, it's a huge shot there. 36-year-old Lithuanian has had 29 bouts. He's got through 123 rounds, but he is taking some huge shots here from Mitchell. He is taking his time though, Denzel. When he lands a big shot, he's still keeping his composure.
Yeah, I mean, that's good from young fighters, because usually when young fighters land a good shot, they want to rush in. But he's been a pro for a little while, so I guess he's had a lot of experience. He's thrown some nice straight jabs to the body, some nice straight right hands to the body. He's taking his time, he's not rushing his work, so it's good to see.
Excellent first round by George.
It's a good first round. Of course, he goes by the name of Gorgeous George. People may well remember George Wagner, who is an American pro wrestler. He's a Hall of Famer, as it happens.
What was that, Stace?
George Wagner.
Oh, George Wagner.
Yeah, don't worry, Sunday. I'm not going to get us in trouble. George Wagner in the 1940s. He was a Hall of Famer in wrestling. That is, he was inducted into the Hall of Fame in 2010, although he died in 1963. But what made him really famous was the great Muhammad Ali, of course.
Yes.
Who went to watch him, and after the fight, got his exact words here that he said to Ali, apparently, where he said, a lot of people pay to see someone shut your mouth, so keep on bragging, keep on sassing, and always be outrageous. And that clear. And I remember Ali talking about this and saying, I went to watch Gorgeous George, and half the people hated him, half the people loved him, and I thought that is the way to make money. So Gorgeous George, the second here. Let's see what he can do in this second round.
Again, starts with the jab, looking You can see the right hook. I can see very early on the right hook is going to be a shot that pays a lot of dividends for him. But he's using that left jab and hooking off the jab very well. There you go, right hook to the body.
There's not a great deal coming back from the Lithuanian, of course. Balaj. He was last out in September. He's had 3 fights this year. He's pretty much could be a tour guide for Britain. He's boxed in Manchester, Swindon and Aberdeen and now London, of course. So he's certainly getting around. Yeah, he certainly has.
Oh, good straight right hand there from George. There you go.
Right hook to the body, right uppercut, and then a left hook to the body. Good combination.
Looks like he's got the power to finish the job here. Would you want him to step it up Sunday? If he was your fighter now, would you want him to go through the gears, or are you happy with would you be happy with this?
I'll be happy right now because, you know, what people have to realize is, you know, no disrespect to his opponent, but these guys are, you know, they're survivors. And if you do well and get them out of there, it's good. But it's all about the ring experience in this embryonic stage of his career, and he's doing very well. I don't think he should change anything.
Yeah, I think he's doing well too. I think these sort of opponents probably find it harder when you're taking your time and picking your shots. They want these young prospects to rush into them so they can spoil their work, hold them, twist and turn them, and, you know, make it uncomfortable and just ride out a 4-round fight. But Mitchell's just taking his time, picking these shots, and his opponent finding it hard to deal with, essentially.
Absolutely.
Yeah, 4 threes this at super middleweight, so 6th outing for George Mitchell, and as Tunde says, early in his career, but an impressive performance here. Not a great deal coming back, but again, Denzel, you know, journeymen are known for being resilient. They're obviously robust, but they also make it really difficult for you to find a way through, don't they?
Yeah, no, most definitely they do, and that's why Mitchell's, you know, boxing the best fight he can, because if he was to try and rush and look for the stoppage, that'll give his opponent a chance to just cover up, make him look like he's falling into his shots, hold him, grab him, but he's not. He's keeping a nice distance. I know his hands are a bit low, but he's very relaxed. Like you said, nothing coming back. But he's picking his shots well, and he's thrown some good body shots too, so he's shown a good variation of shots.
Yeah, sometimes it's good for these young prospects to go the distance and not be labelled punchers.
Oh, great uppercut.
Because when they start moving up in class, they'll realise that, you know, it's not one punch that can get everybody out there. So I think it's good, and as long as it doesn't deter his confidence in terms of not seeing the stoppages in this early stage of his career, he's going to do well.
Well, he certainly felt the pace of this one. Vaidas Balkiauskas, the Lithuanian. You can see from our vantage point here, he's on our side of the ring, just to our right here from where we're sitting from our commentary position, and he is starting to mark up, particularly around the left eye, but the corner going to work on him. George Mitchell, of course, quite the opposite, very relaxed in his corner, taking some water on, getting his instructions. Doesn't seem too out of breath. Of course, this fight in terms of pace, Tunde, won't stretch him at all, but it's not always about that. It's managing the fight, isn't it, as well?
Absolutely. And, you know, you have to learn, you know, Denzel's sitting right by us, and he will tell you it's not easy to stop people. You know, and I think young professionals, they always go out there looking the stoppage, but you have to learn how to stop someone, because it's not an easy job.
It's important to get the rounds under your belt as when Denzel at this stage as well, isn't it, to build up that stamina?
Most definitely, it's all experience. People, we do rounds in the gym and we think we can do the rounds, but it's a different situation, it's a different scenario. I mean, you're performing, there's pressure, you know, there's a crowd, you want to show out, you might be fighting at a different pace based on your opponent, so you want to learn how to soak up that pressure in that environment in the ring when you're actually fighting. I kind of compare it to like a driving test. In your lessons, you're driving, everything's easy, there's no pressure. When you get to your test, you start making these mistakes you don't make when, you know, you're in your lessons. And it's the same thing with professional boxing. When you're in the gym, you do everything nice, everything asked of you. When that pressure's on, some things kind of go out the window.
Yeah, of course, you have the nerves, don't you? The occasion, everyone coming to watch you. It does appear to me that he's increased the intensity. It was a fast-paced opening to this third round from Mitchell. He's being pushed up against the ropes here, perhaps for Balkiauskas to try and get the chance to just nick a breather, and who could blame him? Yeah. He's been under relentless torrent of pressure from Mitchell.
Now's the time you start going to the body.
He's really sinking in those body shots, Mitchell. Now he's got him pushed up against the ropes, but Balkauskas somehow manages to work his way off and throw a few back of his own. He's tucking up tight, but Mitchell's really going to work here. The crowd are imploring him to go forward. Keeps his composure though, steps back off, resets, back behind his jab.
There's no doubt that Mitchell's hurting him here. I think his coach Daly probably told him pick up the pace, you can get him out of there. But I think this is probably what Balkauskas wants, good in a sense, because the more Mitchell comes closer and tries to load off the shot, he could just cover up and get a breather. Like
the body's the one that does.
Yeah, definitely. He needs to go to the body more.
It's good to see as well, Sunday, his shot selection. I mean, he's able with this opponent to show his arsenal of shots, isn't he? But you can see there's deliberate intent and thought in the way he's going about his work here to create openings. He's not just throwing willy-nilly. He's taking his time and trying to find those openings.
Absolutely. From the first round, I said that was one of the things I noted. His punch selection and variation was very, very notable to me, and you can see he's kept it up in the third round. The body's the key for him.
I tell you, he's really going to feel these shots in the morning, the Lithuanian journeyman. They are made of tough stuff.
And he smiles.
He nods, he smiles. The mind games, there we go. Is that all you've got? He's saying to Mitchell. Well, we shall see. Couple of feints with the front foot there before he follows up. He's good at mixing, upstairs, downstairs as well, Denzel.
Yeah, he is. He's been caught with a few left hooks though, but now there's more coming back the closer he gets. But yeah, he's mixed up a good variety of shots, man. I think it's really impressive performance from him.
Reaching the closing stages of the third now.
I hope I'm saying it right, but Balkauskas showed a lot of resilience there.
He certainly did. He'll be glad to get to his corner still, won't he? Who can blame him?
Yeah, this is a great contest for young George.
And I guess mentally, the important thing here is that, and you two will have seen many examples of this, where fighters eager to perform, eager to take the stage and get themselves known, get frustrated by opponents like Sid and start making decisions that possibly aren't the best, and they end up trying too hard almost to look good. So part of this is the mentality of not getting frustrated, isn't it, and managing it in that sense.
Absolutely, and this is where you learn. This is the maturing stage of a young professional's career, and I feel that when they start moving to 6, 8, 10s, then you will see the best of them. But for now, this is a great learning fight for George.
Into the fourth and final round then. George again, just easing in. He's constantly putting pressure. Even when he's not throwing, he's clever with his footwork, edging him with that front foot, pushing Balkauskas back all the time, taking centre ring and dominating the pace of the fight. Nice replies though from Balkauskas there. He's landed a couple of those left hooks, Denzel, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has.
The journeyman, the Lithuanian, he's done well there, Vedas.
I do like the body selection of George. I think he has to start upstairs and then drop downstairs. If you keep that going, something may open up for him, but he's using his jab here in the fourth round, and that's good.
And I tell you, those body shots that George Mitchell has been landing, I mean, you can feel them vicariously through the TV screen, but sat ringside, there's nothing like a body shot. The sound of it, the feel of it, the force of it, you can really feel it and appreciate it at ringside, and he'll certainly be feeling those tomorrow. Balkauskas, there have been some big body shots landed. He mixes up the jab a lot, George Mitchell, Sunday, which makes him difficult to predict, because sometimes it's a lazy, deliberately throws a lazy jab, but then he might come straight with the backhand off it. He's flicking it from an angle from that low guard position. Sometimes really tough, isn't it, to predict what he's going to do?
Yeah, absolutely. He comes from a southpaw and an orthodox stance, and he can jab off both stances. So he's a very, very good young fighter. And as I said from the start, I'm looking for him to develop just the way he's going, and if he can get the stoppage here, which doesn't look like it's going to happen, he can go away, take a lot from this fight.
Well, just over a minute to go in this fourth and final round, and general consensus, everybody impressed with this performance. Sixth outing for gorgeous George Mitchell as he goes by. Good performance all in all.
The great thing about this fight is, you know, early doors, Balakaskiask, sorry, he wasn't really throwing back, but now you can see, you know, he's fighting for his life, and it's making the contest very, very exciting.
Element of entertainment there as well, as he gives a nod and a wink and a smile at George Mitchell, and this is all part of the mind games.
Yeah, I think when George was keeping his distance, but Bakas just couldn't let his hands go because he knew he was in danger. But as Mitchell's getting closer, he feels more comfortable to just let his hand go because he knows there's a target there. So that distance in the first 2 rounds where Mitchell was perfect. But overall, great performance, man.
Well, there we have it then. A good performance from George Mitchell, just his 6th fight. Obviously had 5 wins before that, unbeaten at this point. Very, very early in his career, but what a great fight for him to have to find a way through and get the rounds under his belt. I'm sure his corner will be pretty happy with that performance. Alkauskas, of course, I think he'll be feeling those ribs. Will be a little bit tender tomorrow, but a great performance from him. Typically resilient performance from the journeyman. He's had 29 bouts, 123 rounds for the 36-year-old, so made his debut in 2007 and very experienced, and certainly made George Mitchell find a way through the rounds. Let's go to our MC, Vernon Ray, for the official announcement.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 4 rounds of boxing, we are with the referee's scorecard this evening here at York Hall in our first contest. Scoring the contest, 40 points to 36 points. And your winner, and still unbeaten, George Gorgeous Mitchell.
Well, no surprise there, of course, a shutout for George Mitchell, with plenty on the way. At top of the bill this evening, Elliot and Darren Tetley. That promises to be an absolute barnstormer. Then, of course, live boxing action from the Cayman Islands. Hours and hours of epic boxing action here. Unprecedented, I have to say. I doubt that it's been said many times that you're going to go directly from York Hall to the Cayman Islands for boxing action, but that is indeed what you have in store on FightZone TV this evening. Just seeing some replays here, a good performance from George Mitchell. Second bout, I think we're just about ready to welcome the boxers, so let's go to our MC, Vernon Ray.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we are at York Hall. Live boxing this evening, brought to you by TM14 Promotions in association with Mo Pryor. Live to you on FightZone. Welcome along if you've just joined us. The action is already underway. Time to bring it back inside the ropes. 6 rounds of boxing in the super featherweight division we have for you now. Introducing to you first, making his way to the ring, boxing out of the blue corner this evening, Navid. And his opponent, making his way to the ring this evening, boxing out of the red corner, our local boy. Let's make some noise for him, Arnold!
Well, here we go as Frank Arnold makes his way to the ring. Nice reception from the crowd. His opponent, Christian Narvaez, the Nicaraguan, in his corner ready. Let's get the official introduction from our MC.
Once again, time to introduce both these boxers to you. 6 rounds of boxing in the super featherweight division we have for you right now. Introducing to you first, boxing out of the blue corner this evening, on the scales, 138 pounds and 4 ounces, in the red, black and white trunks, from Venice in Italy, via Nicaragua. Let's hear it for Christian Narvaez. And his opponent, facing across the ring, he's boxing out of the red corner this evening, ladies and gentlemen. On the scales, 135 pounds and 2 ounces. He has the green and blue trunks with his name emblazoned across the waistband. 11 contests, 9 wins, 3 by way of big KO. Just the 1 reverse and 1 draw. The local boy from Hackney in London, ladies and gentlemen, Frank Arnold! The man of the bell is John Smith. Third man inside the ropes looking after the boxers is Sean McAvoy. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're video over your cameras, please turn your lights off.
So Frank Arnold, 11 bouts. The Tank, as he's known, from Hackney. Now, last time out was here at York Hall last September against another Nicaraguan opponent, Marina. It was a pretty brutal 4th round knockout. They took some massive shots in the rounds prior to that, and then a sickening knockout in the 4th round. So time arguably to exercise some demons tonight for Frank Arnold. He faces another Nicaraguan in Christian Narvaez, 95 bouts, 492 rounds he's had, so a very experienced journeyman. Lives in Venice, Italy. Boxed recently against a fighter that I know, Jack Murphy. He'll be boxing tomorrow night in Bolton. This is set 22nd fight this year for the Nicaraguan. How important is it tonight, Sunday, for Frank Arnold to exercise those demons from what is, anybody who saw it will agree, a very sickening knockout last time here?
Well, it's imperative because, you know, I can talk firsthand. Frank was riding a fantastic wave, and everything was going nice, you know, and some may think it was an off night, you know, and I believe it was an off night.
You managed Frank, don't you? So you sure know him very, very well.
Absolutely. And
what attributes does he bring?
Fantastic speed, fantastic heart, and he comes to fight, and sometimes that really is his Achilles heel, because he's a fantastic boxer. When he puts his mind to it, he can box Billy, but you know, you hit him, he wants to hit you straight back, you know, and he doesn't think about it. And as long as he can keep his boxing ability using here, I think he's going to do well.
Well, it was noticeable in the last fight from very early on that Marina, the Nicaraguan that he boxed last time, was very heavy-handed. He looked in danger throughout the fight. Doesn't seem to pose the same sort of heavy-handed threat, Narvaez, although of course you never can quite tell. But he's had quite a while out of the ring, of course, over a year. Denzel, will that be on his mind as well, or? Well, he's obviously in great shape, and he'll have had lots of sparring to prepare for this, to get mentally ready to get back in there as well. Yeah,
like I said, it's been over a year. He's had time to shake it off. I mean, this is probably the main thing, just getting in there and, you know, doing what he wasn't able to do in his last fight right here in York Hall. Like I said, against Nicaraguan, he's going to be battling those demons, but he's had a very positive start, and it's good to see this positive start. It means he's still kind of confident with his ability. And you know, he's not really too bothered about his last performance. He's been in the gym. He was in the gym sparring in our gym at Peacock. He was sparring Billy Elliot and helping him get ready for his last fight, and he looked good. So he looks confident. He looks good. He looks well. So yeah, I mean, not too worried about him. I don't think it's affected him mentally too much.
Yeah, well, he's not taking any risks, but he doesn't tend to be a wild, erratic fighter anyway. He's nice and composed, edging in, taking his time. And he'll be very pleased Sunday to get that first round of his belt. There's got to be a big build-up of nerves after so long out of the ring, and as I say, a brutal knockout last time out. He'll be really pleased to settle now and get that first round out of the way.
Absolutely, that was like a championship round for young Frank, and I'm happy he seems to have exercised those demons and settle down well. If he just keeps it up, you know, there's no need to go for any type of stoppage, and it's more about, this is a rebuilding fight, and I think get these rounds under your belt and move on to the next one.
Well, plenty of action on the way, as you can see. We've got a debutant this evening in Shauna O'Keefe, and we've got some hardened, experienced fighters as well. Top of the bill, Elliot and Darren Tetley. That is going to be an absolute cracker. But second round now for Frank Arnold. He's got that first round out of the way. Perhaps those jitters and nerves, particularly that mental hurdle of getting back in this, especially in this very venue where that brutal knockout occurred last year. A good start from him. He did say to me, Denzel, that he was looking forward to, after the fight, a Five Guys in a milkshake. What's your treat of choice after a fight?
I mean, that's not a bad shot, man. It's anything greasy, because I wouldn't have anything greasy for, you know, a couple of months. So yeah, that's not a bad shot.
Frank has always had fast hands, and it was always noticeable to me. And let's not get it wrong, Frank is still very young, you know. His body's still going to develop and get strong, and you can hear Frank can dig a bit. Good jab.
Yeah, he's got a fast jab.
Yeah,
fast jab.
Quick hands.
Yeah, a good start to this second round from Frank Arnold. Again, using that jab to set everything up.
Yeah, you can see the confidence building up now. Like you were saying earlier, that he got that first round out of the way, and now he's back. He's comfortable again. He's back. He's relaxed. He's growing in confidence, and he's putting some shots together. So it's good to see.
And as well, Denzel, anybody who fights in that first round, one of the things you're looking for is how hard can you hit? You don't always find out in the first round, but generally you get a feel for it, don't you?
Exactly.
And I think we're seeing a fighter here who knows he's not in with a big banger like he was last time, and that should, you know, instill a bit of confidence in him to try things and come forward a bit more as this one goes on.
Yeah, that's very true. I mean, he's not in any sense of fear. He's not worried about, you know, his opponent's power, so he can press forward and, you know, do what he wants to do, essentially, because he knows his opponent can't hurt him. But like you said, you still can't take the risk, because listen, any grown man that hits a grown man in the face, it's going to hurt.
Sunday, as a with your managerial hat on here, not as a coach, and you know, literally managing fighters and guiding their careers, particularly in the early phases, how important is it for those matchups to be just right? If they do come a little bit too early and you have, you know, a brutal knockout in those early fights, it can obviously set fighters back. Well, just how do you sort of balance that? You know, give them a test, but not too much.
Yeah, just to reiterate what Denzel was saying, you can't really look at somebody's record and say they're not a puncher in professional boxing, because if you look at the record of the fighter that Frank actually lost to, he was never noted as
Mayrina.
He had 3 stoppages in 36 losses, and he had nine stoppages, sorry, but he had lost 36 times. So records don't always tell the true story. So there's got to be a lot of, I don't know, caution when matching fighters very early in.
And the same can be said for these that have loads of stoppages on the record. It depends who they're against, and that sometimes they can be a little bit deceiving, can't they, these records?
Absolutely. You know, especially when there's no footage of them. And you know, sometimes I remember journeymen of the past, there were some journeymen that if they just fancy it tonight, they could have just woke up and say, you know what, tonight's the night I'm gonna throw back.
I've seen that as well.
There's plenty of them, you know, if they get a taste for it, that's it. We're seeing some of the replays here, that nice long jab. Frank Arnold keeping Navid at range, keeping him at distance. He seems equally comfortable though, Denzel, at range, but also stepping in and working up close, Frank Arnold.
Yeah. I mean, he's got the speed to do it, and he's very aware right now. You can see his eyes. He's very focused. He's not trying to take any chances, so he's going to step in and step out. He's coming forward, like he said. He doesn't sense any fear with his opponent's power, but at the same time, he's got the speed to do it.
What was notable to me there in the corner, I saw his trainer Gareth asking Frank to go to the body, and I said Frank is a very, very good body puncher, and if you can set something up here, there you go, one straight left to the body, and again, and a right hook to the body. So if you can keep this up at the end of the jab, you never know, because one thing I do know is that Frank Arnold is a fantastic puncher to the body.
Very technically sound as well, isn't he? He's very neat and tidy boxer. He's very compact, and he's been in with some other experienced journeymen as well, notably Jamie Quinn, who's actually retired now, but he fought him back in 2019. He was actually he boxed at the same gym as I did as an amateur, and then went on to be a really, really good journeyman. Certainly giving people around, and he was one of them who could turn up on the night and turn the burners on a bit, but so evasive. He was incredibly, it was horrible to spar with. One of them that you end up wanting just to kick him. He was too evasive. But so Frank Arnold's, he's been there, 11 bouts he's had, and he has been in with some experienced journeymen, so that'll bode him well for this. He's working nicely as well, mixing up his shots, Denzel, as well. As Tunde said, nice work to the body. We've seen some uppercuts as well, so it's nice to see him mixing that up as well, his variety.
Yeah, he's showing his skill set, man, and that's what he needs to do. He just needs to be comfortable and just show what he's capable of. I mean, that night he lost, I mean, you got another spot. Oh, great body shot, straight to the breaststack. But I mean, you could think about something else for 1 second, and next thing you know, you've been caught. So
absolutely.
Well, you got to be switched on, and tonight he looks very switched on.
Switching his stance, Navid as well, and as we just saw there with the uppercut, sometimes comes in a little bit with his head low, and he won't want to do that too much. And be met with the uppercut at the same time as he did in that last exchange, but he's using every inch of the ring at the moment, Navid.
Yeah, he's
on his bike.
He's definitely felt Frank's hooks to the body, and he's not standing still. He's making it very challenging for Frank. Frank just needs to jab before he goes in.
Good hand speed from Arnold as he just uses his feet to cut the ring off and close in on Navid, who's doing everything he can to move his feet quickly. He's found himself in the corner up against the ropes now, though. Just 20 seconds remaining in this one.
Nice little lead uppercut there from Arnold.
Looks very comfortable now, doesn't he? I think the first round got to anticipate there'd be a few nerves, but certainly settled and warm to the task.
Yeah, Frank looks like he's got his mojo back, and he's actually enjoying it now.
Seeing on the replays there some of Frank Arnold's work. Nice backhand there off the jab. Really comfortable at range, but equally comfortable stepping in and getting to work to the body, which Navid's not wanting to take too many of those. You can see that they've started to take the toll gradually as this one has worn on.
What I like is, as soon as the bell starts, Frank starts off with a jab, which I love to see from any level of fighter. But
he's one of those fighters as well, isn't he, that always looks busy. Yes. So he's not necessarily always throwing, but because there's continual sort of upper and lower body mobility, and he's sort of edging in, and he sort of always looks busy, doesn't he?
There you go, 1, 2, 3.
Hand speed there. Nice combination put together, Navid, but doesn't trouble him too much.
Yeah, I don't think Navarez wants to stand still now after feeling the power of Frank Arnold. So Frank's going to have to work to get close to him. But once he's there, he lets his hands go and he works.
Certainly is. Well, the crowd certainly starting to gather and build, the atmosphere building here in York Hall, and it has that very special feel, given that the way, the layout really, that you have that top tier of the balcony bearing down over the fighters in the ring, and it is very, very special atmosphere this on big nights, and it certainly will be as tonight progresses, as we get to the... Oh, nice shot there, nice backhand from Arnold.
And a right hook by Frank.
Not a great deal coming back from Navarez. He's doing his bit, of course, but nothing for Frank Arnold to worry about.
Yeah, that's probably because he's felt the power and he thinks, you know what, let me just cover up and not get myself hurt here.
Yeah, I said it from the second round. He felt Frank's power and he said, you know what, I'm not standing there no more.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep moving until this fight's over. But Frank has got him with some good left hooks and right hooks to the body, and I think that's the only way you're going to slow this guy down, by just working the body.
Certainly there's been a lot of movement. I think he's done a half marathon in there now tonight, and who can blame him?
Yeah. I think he also can't manage, the speed. He can't really time the speed of Arnold, so it's better he just covers up, because the minute he opens up, he knows he's going to eat a shot.
Yes, and Frank can't take nothing for granted as well. He has to make sure the defense is good after he throws his punches, because Navarez will swing back when he's inside.
Yeah, certainly won't want to become complacent, but a lovely backhand there from Frank Arnold. Navarez certainly felt that one.
Yeah, you saw him dip a little bit.
And then he rallies and throws a few back himself. Again, very experienced, 95 bouts Navarez, 492 rounds, so knows his way around the ring, to say the least. The Nicaraguan lives in Venice in Italy.
So far,
as I say, 22nd fight this year. So this is important as well Sunday, isn't it? Because 22 fights, you're always in shape, aren't you? That's like a fight every couple of weeks. You constantly have that level of fitness, match fitness, which is different to other types of fitness, isn't it?
Absolutely, and this is why a lot of journeymen, you don't see them in the gym. You just see them on you just see them on fight night, because they fight so regularly. If fighters, the so-called prospects, had the kind of activity that these so-called journeymen have, I think it would just be brilliant. You're going back to the days when fighters were having 10, 12 fights a year. I think you see the best of fighters when they have that type of activity. So for these guys who are boxing week in, week out, that's their training, being actually in the ring.
It's pretty much sparring for them.
Exactly.
Yeah, pretty incredible. Some of these journeymen, how active they are, how frequently they're out on the road, and they do a really important job, often undervalued in the programme. Actually, they make fighters, prospects do the rounds, have to work out different problems that they pose and find a way through. Really important part of a fighter's early development. Nice fast hands again from Frank Arnold.
Good left hook to the body by Frank.
Into the 5th round now, this one's scheduled for 6. Frank Arnold's been nice and relaxed. And as we were saying before, his last time out it was a long time ago. It was September last year. It was here at York Hall. It finished in a brutal, sickening knockout. So really important for him to come back tonight, build that confidence, get back in the ring. He's done a good job of that in a composed manner.
That's a good 1-2-3 by Frank.
He's getting his work up and just stepping out of range. It's good to see, man. He's got his flow going.
He's not had to do a great deal defensively, has he? But a lot of that is because he's making sure he's out of range. And as you said before, that the power that Navarez has felt has deterred him from wanting to open himself up to any further punishment than's necessary. And again, this is a different type of frustration when your opponent's covering so much of the ring and constantly moving, because you've got to. You don't want to get caught sort of chasing him down, do you? I mean, what's important here Sunday in terms of him closing that distance when you've got a fighter on the move so much?
Yeah, what's important, as we said, is the win for Frank. Coming back from such a devastating defeat, you want to get that W. You want to be back in that W column, and you want to be back in the W column without too much stress. So I think what Frank is doing is brilliant right now. He just needs to stay on his toes, keep throwing them combinations, keep working to the body, and using his jab, which we just saw there.
Well, less than a minute remaining now in round 5. Navid has shown absolutely no signs of slowing down, despite taking a few big body shots as well, but great level of fitness, as we've said. 22 outings this year. He'll be fit pretty much all the time, and making Frank Arnold have to come and find him, which he's prepared to do. Nice fast hands again from Frank Arnold, and there's been no difference in the pace from him, Denzel, either, has there? He's been consistent throughout the rounds, Frank Arnold.
Yeah, he has. His work rate hasn't dipped, so it just shows he's conditioned well, man. He's trained very hard for this, and he's taking it very serious, because his speed is still the same, his work rate's still high, and he's still pressing like he was in the first round.
So 1 round to go in this one, and I'm sure if it continues like this, Frank Arnold will be pretty relieved to exercise those demons from last time he was here when he sustained that brutal knockout. Looking back at some of the replays here, we can see Frank edging his way in, getting behind that jab, and he tucks up well the Nicaraguan, doesn't he, Tunde? But Frank Arnold's done well to find a way through.
Yeah, the Nicaraguan is really skilled at avoiding punches, and he doesn't stay there to take the 2 and a 3. On the rare occasions where Frank manages to back him up to the ropes, he keeps his hands up high and just steps to the side. And for him, it's another night's work. But for Frank, it's actually a great rebuilder for his confidence more than anything.
Well, here we go then into the final round for Frank Arnold. 11 bouts for the tank from Hackney. And as we've said, really important for him to exercise those demons tonight and put on a good solid performance, which he certainly has done. We expect him to close out this one in the same fashion. Atmosphere really building here inside York Hall. We've got some great fights ahead here on FightZone TV. Following the action here at York Hall, we will be heading to the Cayman Islands, and a cracking headliner there, Matt Windle and Craig Derbyshire for the Commonwealth title. That is going to be an absolute belter. Here at York Hall, we've got Elliot Whale and Darren Tetley. If you've seen either of those fighters fight before, you'll know that we are in, hopefully, for an absolute belter. But final round here for Frank Arnold. Did you want him to do anything different here Sunday to close this one out?
I'll be honest with you, this one's kind of like, this is personal for me, because I want, Frank's such a nice young man, a very respectful young man, and it was just unfortunate, his last fight. And for me, I just want him to win, and that's just the honest truth. I want him to win, and I want him to have that confidence back, because, as I say, before that last fight, he was flying, and he was really, creating waves. So the win is the most important thing for me, and it's good to see him not shying away from punches, but keeping his hands up when he's under attack.
We don't want to be too premature here, Denzel, because anything can happen in boxing, but
yeah.
we would expect him to finish this in the same fashion that we've seen in the previous rounds. What's impressed you about Frank Arnold? Obviously given the context of that knockout last time, but just in terms of his performance tonight.
His composure, man. He stayed relaxed. He got that first round out of his system, and he felt he started to feel himself again. He's used his jab brilliantly, fast backhands, and he hasn't been too eager to try and put on an explosive performance just because of what happened last. He's just focused on getting the win, and I think that's very important coming back from the loss he just had. He's just focused on getting the win, and he's won every round here. He's relaxed. He's gonna leave the ring now tonight, feeling like he's back to himself, and he's gonna keep wanting to improve.
That's a good double.
Great double right hook.
To the body, one to the head.
But yeah, I mean, I'm just impressed with his performance overall. He hasn't rushed nothing. He's held the centre of the ring, constantly moving, conditioning great. Yeah, he looks good tonight.
And of course it'll be different for every fighter if they suffer a knockout like that. Some will want to get out there, back out as quickly as possible. Some may need a little bit more time, but clearly taking that extra time has paid dividends for Frank Arnold, because this has been a very measured, composed performance from a very good and capable technical fighter.
Most definitely. And like you said, I mean, a knockout like that, you'd also want to recover. Physically and mentally, you want to recover. You don't want to rush back out there and start taking shots that you don't need to take. It's just unnecessary punishment. So, I mean, he's taken the time out he needs. He's recovered fully, as we can see, and he's shown it tonight.
Well done.
Well, a nice reception from the crowd there for Frank Arnold, and perhaps he will be feeling somewhat a sense of relief, and I'm sure he'll be pleased with that performance. Navid gave him a good few rounds there for Frank Arnold to he dominated, of course, throughout, but it was nice, controlled, technical boxing, which was a pleasure to watch from ringside here, and the fans have shown their appreciation for that as well. Plenty on the way as we look through some of the replays here from the work of Frank Arnold against the Nicaraguan Navid. As a good performance from him this evening. We'll get our result in just a second from our MC Vernon Ray. Elliot Whale and Darren Tetley on the way. Joel Bartell out John Spater lately. Sonny Hardy as well will be there in the ring in a couple of fights time. Navid Iran, Archie Sharp and Shauna O'Keefe making her debut, and Arnie Dawson still to come, so absolutely loads on the way. Let's get to our official result now from our MC Vernon Ray.
After 6 rounds of boxing this evening here at York Hall, we're once again with the referee's scorecard. Score the contest, 60 points to 54 points this evening, and your winner, Frank Arnold!
Well, I'm sure a sense of relief and pride from Frank Arnold as well, that he's managed to exercise those demons and come back in here, not just getting a win, but in really good fashion, technically sound boxer, and he'll be really pleased to have got a win here at York Hall. Plenty on the way from him, I'm sure. This, as Tunde said, the rebuilding phase for him, and he'll be keen to kick on from here now after getting that win under his belt. Plenty more on the way here on FightZone TV. Arnie Dawson on the way. We've got Shauna O'Keefe making her debut on the way as well, and Elliot Whale and Darren Tetley topping the bill before we head to the Cayman Islands. Okay, it's time for bout number 3. Let's get our official introductions from our MC Vernon Ray.
Ladies and gentlemen, we move on, bringing the action thick and fast here this evening now at York Hall. All the action tonight brought to you by GBH Promotions in association with Mo Pryor. Going out live and direct on FightZone. You can catch all the action once again when you get home this evening. We move on. 4 rounds of boxing in the super lightweight division coming up for you next. Introducing to you first, making his way to the blue corner, just make some noise for him, Leech. And his opponent making his way to the ring for the second time this evening as a professional boxer. Let's hear it for Arnie Dawson!
into the ring to rapturous applause. Great atmosphere inside York Hall now for this one. Arnie Dawson and Ricky Leech. Get the official announcement now from RMC.
Once again, introducing the boxers to you, bout number 3 this evening, live here at York Hall. 4 rounds of boxing in the super lightweight division. Introducing to you first, he's boxing out of the blue corner this evening on the scales, 134 pounds and 4 ounces. He has the all red trunks with the white waistband. Here's from Westbrook in Kent, ladies and gentlemen, Ricky Leech. And his opponent, facing across the ring this evening, he is boxing out of the red corner. On the scales this afternoon, 137 pounds and 8 ounces. He has the white trunks with the red and blue trimming and Terminator emblazoned across the waistband. He's an unbeaten boxer. This is his second outing this evening as a professional. From Clacton, in Essex, Arnie Dawson! The man of the bottle inside is John Smith, and the man inside looking after these boxers is your referee and scoring judge, Mr. Mark Bates. Best of luck to both boxers.
So bout number 3 about to get underway here at York Hall, live on FightZone TV. Plenty of boxing action on the way, and then following the conclusion of a stacked fight card here at York Hall, we will head to the Cayman Islands. So loads of boxing for you to enjoy. This one scheduled for 4 threes. Arnie Dawson in the white shorts fighting out of the red corner. Ricky Leech in the red shorts fighting out of the blue corner. Goes straight to work here, Arnie Dawson. This is second outing for the 21-year-old from Essex. Made his debut against Carl Sampson, an experienced journeyman, in November. So very early in his career. What's impressed you so far, Sunday, in these early rounds?
Well, again, Arnie, I've known this kid since he was a kid. He's still a kid, and it's amazing for me to see people that I've watched grow up, you know, enter the professional ring. I know his trainer so well, Gareth Bayford, and those two, what a journey it is. And you know, I never thought Gareth would be a professional trainer, but it seems like these two are on a journey together, and it's brilliant to watch the start of it. But one thing I tell you straight away, he's come out with a jab and he's come out on his front foot, and young Arnie means business.
He's from some good hooks, head and the body. Good finishing downstairs. He's had a very positive start. He's used his jab well. He's thrown a great selection of shots, and they're all spiteful. They're spiteful. I mean, probably wants to get.
Yeah, Ricky's shell shocked here.
Yeah, he is. Didn't expect that.
Yeah, he certainly is. Well, he's experienced, of course. He's 74 bouts in. Slick Rick, as he goes by. He's 33 years old and very experienced. Made his debut in 2014. The man from Kent. He actually boxed Gamal Yafai back in 2014, so he's given some top-class boxers the rounds, and he's certainly under pressure here early doors from Arnie Dawson, but we know the resilience of these journeymen. They really can take an unbelievable amount of punishment. Nice uppercuts there. He's really mixing up the shots now, Arnie Dawson.
Right,
stepping in, loading up with those shots, and he'll certainly be feeling these, Leech.
He's doing his work and getting out of range, and then that's it. He's back throwing good shots. There's a good left hand to the body. He's keeping that distance with that lead hand. He's just putting it out there in front of Ricky Leech's face so he can get his distance. He's got a long reach, and that's a big
good solid jab as well.
Yeah.
Good right hook to the body.
That's a good mix of shots.
Double jab right and left hook to the body again by. Good right hook.
The right hooks are. There's a lot of spite in them. Thing of Arnie, he really enjoys his boxing. He comes down to the gym and he spars, you know, all the boys his weight and stuff, or even a little bit heavier. And he just enjoys it. You can see he enjoys it. So it's good to see him like turn this out in the professional ranks doing what he enjoys doing.
Took a big hook there, though. He's going to have to be a little bit mindful of that.
Exactly.
Took a big shot from Leech. He was loading up and
shot
there from Arnie Dawson. Ricky Leech straight down to the canvas. The ref starts the count. The bell goes. He's going to finish the count. He's going to think somewhat saved by the bell. What a shot
That was
from
a
Arnie Dawson,
fantastic-
goodness me. And you couldn't necessarily see that coming. I mean, although he'd been landing some big shots, that was an absolutely
here we
humongous
go
shot. I think
again.
we're going to see it in the replay here. As we can see, he's tapping, he's tapping away, and then a huge right hand. And the key there, Denzel, he set it up, tapping, let him drop his guard, and then bang.
Just as Leech was trying to come in with a left hook, you just sensed it through a right hand.
That was a wild left hook that from Ricky Leech, wasn't it? A very risky fight, left him very vulnerable, didn't it?
1 minute.
And he really seized the moment and found the opening.
You know, I love that sequence there. That young Arnie threw. He threw that left hook to the body, waiting for the response.
Yeah, young fighters watching this will take a lot of learning from that.
And as you
Light taps, he set it up, and as soon as Ricky Leech wildly swung that left, he was right over the top of that right hand. A massive shot.
he landed the first left hook he threw, so he got a bit of success from it, and thought, I'll do it again.
Here we go, another right hook.
He's really going to work on Leech now. Still composed, he's not come out wild. Leech will have managed to get a little bit of composure, but looks like he's in trouble here. Up against the ropes, Dawson keeping him against the ropes, throwing absolutely every type of shot at him here.
Left hook to the body. Here we go. We're getting excited.
Steps off him now. Leech just about weathering the storm, but
Another right hook.
Leech is going to have to stop him finding a way around the back of that left hook.
Right hook. Right uppercut, and he takes a knee.
It's a good performance from Arnold Dawson.
Yeah.
Wow, I'm impressed by this.
The referee now's got a decision to make.
He's not a young boy no more.
Is there any point in this one continuing for Ricky
There you
Leech?
go.
A good decision from the referee.
Fantastic.
Absolutely no point in that one continuing for Ricky Leech. He just simply would have taken more and more punishment. So a good decision.
And that
The boxer's best interests at heart there from the referee, as Arnie Dawson, rightly so, absorbs all of the applause here from a very excited crowd inside York Hall, who have just been treated to a pretty special performance, Denzel, from Arnie Dawson.
Oh, most definitely. I'm excited about that, man. I'm happy he stopped it the way he did.
All right, listen, Arnie came out there with bad intentions today.
100%.
Young 21-year-old, actually becoming only the second man to stop him since 2021. So that is a fantastic win for this young man.
The way he went about it as well, nothing reckless, it was measured, it was composed, and the way he set up that first backhand that dropped him, those little taps to seize that opening, really intelligent boxing. A very good performance from Arnie, the Terminator Dawson, living up to his name this evening. Let's go to our MC for the official announcement, MC Vernon Ray.
Ladies and gentlemen, 1 minute into round number 2. The referee counting out the boxer. So your winner by TKO and still undefeated, Arnie Dawson, the Terminator.
Terminator by name, Terminator by nature, certainly going off that performance. And he's got a very, we were talking about Muhammad Ali earlier and the influence of Gorgeous George. I think this robe and the shorts are very Muhammad Ali-esque, aren't they? But what a performance there from Arnie Dawson, a real crowd-pleasing performance. That was exceptional from him, particularly the way that he went about it. So really impressive stuff from him. Plenty on the way here though. We've got a debutant now in Shauna O'Keefe, making her debut against Masia Kite, a very experienced and very dangerous opponent. She's one of those journey fighters who we've talked about before, who, given the opportunity, if she smells blood, she will go for the kill. She's pretty much been in there with a who's who of the top fighters in and around her weight. So a tough debut for Shauna O'Keefe, but a very good amateur career. Before we get to that though, I mean, look at these highlights, these replays here of Arnie Dawson. I mean, that was some performance Sunday. Very impressive.
I mean, I'm just watching it over and over again, especially the first knockdown, which is a left hook to the body and a right hook counter. And I think Ricky jumped up because he couldn't believe it. You know?
Yeah, I think
he was like, "What's this boy doing to me?" You know, this young 21-year-old. beanpole looking like type fighter. You
Exactly,
know,
and that's what I love about boxing.
Yes.
Those looks can be deceptive. They can come in looking like that and absolutely bang Milky Bar Kid and then knock
Milky
someone
Bar,
out like that.
that's his name.
Very impressive. Superb performance from Arnie Dawson. That has really lifted the adrenaline of this crowd, because what a performance that was. Debutant on the way now. Let's go to our announcer, Vernon Ray.
On we go, ladies and gentlemen, bringing the action to see here, your call, rapidly inside the ropes. CM14 Promotions in association with my prior, live on FightZone this evening from the home of British boxing here at the York Hall in Bethnal Green. What a show we've already had, and we have got so much more to come. We move in to the 6th round division, a lightweight contest. Introducing to you first, the young lady making her way to the blue corner. Let's hear it for Vader Nasikata! And her opponent making her debut this evening as a professional boxer. Let's make some noise for her. She's on her way to the ring. Shauna O'Keefe! On we go, ladies and gentlemen. Bout number 4 this evening here at York Hall. 6 rounds of boxing in the lightweight division between these two female boxers. We know what they're about. They never leave it in the dressing room. The action is about to get underway. Time to introduce these two athletes to you. Firstly, boxing out of the blue corner this evening. On the scales, 136 pounds on the money. She's the green, the red and the yellow in her trunks. She is from Palabezis in Lithuania. Vaida Nesukate! And her opponent facing across the ring. She's boxing out of the red corner this evening, making her debut. On the scales, 134 pounds and 6 ounces. Says the green, the gold and the white of the Irish, and Irish emblazoned across her waistband. She is making her professional debut this very evening from Cornell in Ireland. Let's hear Shauna O'Keefe! On the bell. Well, John Smith and the referee looking after these two is Mark Bates. Best of luck to both boxers. Let's go.
Well, we did promise you a little bit of everything this evening, and we have a professional debut. Always a really special occasion for a fighter, a huge build-up, and I want to get off with your professional career to a good start. We've got Shauna O'Keefe making her debut from Ireland. She's in the green, white and gold shorts, fighting out of the red corner. And her opponent this evening, Masia, the Lithuanian, in the multicoloured shorts, fighting out of the blue corner. Now, Masia is a tough opponent for her debut. 33 bouts, and she's pretty much been in there with everybody. Former GB fighter Paige Murney, Olympians Caris Artinstall and Caroline Dubois, European champion Rhiannon Dixon, and one Chantel Cameron, so she has been there and done it with the best. So this is going to be a tough test for Shauna O'Keefe, but she has a very stellar amateur pedigree. She's a lightweight, which if you're a lightweight female in Ireland, it's just about the toughest category in the world. Some of the names she's faced in her national finals include Kelly Harrington, who's of course Olympic gold medalist, Amy Broadhurst, world champion, and then in 2016 none other than Katie Taylor. So a tough category. She's also boxed GB's Shauna Whitwell at the Haringey Cup, and the Swede Patricia Berghult, who's another quality amateur who's now turned pro. She's been sparring with Caroline Dubois for this one though. She moved here to London from Ireland in September. She'll be here training with her coach Kevin Mitchell for fights. Said she's missing home and looking forward to going back for Christmas, but she's made that huge move at this early stage in her career because she wants to commit to her boxing and wanted to work with Kevin Mitchell. So debutante here, Denzel. Big nerves, huge adrenaline, big occasion. What do you make of her performance in this opening round against a very experienced and capable opponent?
I mean, your debut is always going to be nerve-wracking. When she came out, she did land a good backhand, good right hook. She's got to find that range. Her opponent stepping back, keeping out of range with the longer distance. She says she's got to try and, close that gap and not rush. She's got to be patient, try and close that gap. Throwing a good flurry of shots there, some missing, some landing, but yeah, the more she gets comfortable, the more she feels she's going to find that range and get the rubber to get off. Like you said, she's been there with some great competitors, so I think she'll be alright tonight.
Well, she's had top class sparring with the likes of Caroline Dubois and her coach Kevin Mitchell, of course former world title challenger himself, British and Commonwealth champion, who's been in there with the best himself, Jorge Linares and Ricky Burns in his 43 fight pro career. Many great fighters of course come from that neck of the woods, West Ham, and Kevin's spoken highly of her. He said she's making a transition of course from amateur to pro. She's talented, she's explosive, and he says she's learning very, very quickly, and of course that's what these early fights are about. 6-2s this one, and you will notice these rounds feel much, much quicker, especially after the 3-minute rounds that of course the men fight, which often makes for a really exciting and explosive it's something that's a bit of a unique selling point, although lots of the female fighters want to fight 3-minute rounds, and so be it if they feel that's the way to get the best performance. But I think there's an exciting element about these short, fast rounds for the women's game.
I was going to say that it makes them raise the intensity because they know they ain't got a lot of time to do their work.
And fans love it, don't they? That's one of the things that they like about it. You've got to be quick about your work, and exactly. I understand why some fighters would prefer 3 minutes, but generally speaking, you always get a really exciting, high-intensity fight. Yeah, most definitely. With the women's 2-minute rounds.
I think with the 3-minute rounds, you may get more stoppages, but the 2-minute rounds just heightens that intensity and it makes it exciting all the way through.
What have you made of it this so far, Tunde? I mean, Masia Kite, as I say, this is a very, very tough opponent for a debut. It's someone you're just going to do the rounds with you. She's in there for a scrap, and she will give it you and put it on you.
You must be reading my mind. This is a very ambitious first contest for Shauna, and she's got the amateur pedigree, but the professional game is very, very, very different. I think I know Kevin better than anyone in terms of, I was with Kevin for his first 15 professional fights, and I've heard Kevin speak very, very highly of this young lady, but I'll tell you something, Kevin was never in a dull fight, and this is not a dull fight for his charges first professional contest.
Certainly not, and you don't tend to get the experience with journeywomen, because of course there's not the depth that there is at this stage in men's boxing. You can get lots of journeymen who've had over 100 fights in some cases, not so much with the women. And with Masia Kite, she is one of those who's really been there and done it. 33 bouts, 162 rounds, but it's who she's been in there with.
And she's only been stopped once.
Yeah, when you look at that list, like I say, to have been in with the likes of Paris Archer and Cameron and not been stopped, it is pretty incredible. And at range, let's talk about what's working well for Masia Kite before we get to O'Keefe. She's really comfortable at range, Tunde. Yes. She's got those long levers and she uses them really well, and the angles that she throws those long shots from, they're awkward.
Very awkward, and I mean, I can see the Kevin Mitchell influence in Shauna, because Kevin used to come low, start low, and then come up with his tremendous left hook, and I can see that in Shauna, but she just needs to stay low, because as you said, the other girl, what's her name?
Masia Kite.
She's standing tall and using her advantages with a straight left. You know, so this
and the other thing about Masia Kite is that she will not be slowing down because she's supremely fit. I've seen her box twice this year. Jordan Barker Porter, she fought in May in Sheffield, and I saw her beat Charlotte Powell, as it happens, in Liverpool. That was a really tough night for Charlotte Powell there. But here we go, Shauna O'Keefe, a very tough debut. She's got a very tough welcome into the pro ranks with Masia Kite, who is really going to make it tough for her. If you allow her to work at range, it's very, very difficult, because she's very effective at range. She's got to find a way past those long levers, but she does there. She connects well with that overhand. Shauna O'Keefe putting it on her a bit now. Masia Kite just stepping back, creating that distance between them again, comes in low again, and then over the top O'Keefe. That's a good tactic for her to adopt, as you were saying, Tunde.
Yeah, that's the trademark for, and you can see that Shauna needs to get inside and work inside. That's where she's finding the most success. If she's staying at the end of the jab, it's difficult for her.
And that's hard work, Tunde. I mean, for myself, I was always the shorter fighter with everybody I fought, and it's hard work. You really have to have that intensity, keep putting it on them and keep going, and you have to take some on the way in sometimes to get at them, but it requires that real intensity, doesn't it? And I think we've seen that she's been prepared to go through the gears, Shauna O'Keefe, and she is not giving Masia Kite a second to breathe now in this round.
Yeah, and I think that's going to ultimately benefit her the longer this fight goes, because Masia Kite is now, she's throwing that left, but she
great fierce, a big shot from O'Keefe.
I was just about to say, when she goes to the back, when her back touches the rope, she's standing so tall, and that leaves herself open for O'Keefe.
It's perfect, hooks. Isn't it, for that, dropping a little jab to the body and coming right over the top with that backhand, and it's worked really effectively a couple of times. Nice shot again, and she's doing well with that lead hand over the top, O'Keefe, as well, and Masia Kite is certainly vulnerable to it.
There you go.
Wide open, great shot there from O'Keefe.
Good right hook by O'Keefe.
Really big shots here from the Irish woman on her debut.
And she's enjoying herself.
She's got a little bit of swagger now, she's got a low guard, she's getting into a rhythm. Nice finish to the round for O'Keefe. That will give her great confidence as she makes her way back to the still to take her instructions from her coach Kevin Mitchell. She has adapted, Denzel, really well to a very, very tough opponent in Masia Kite. This is a tough debut, but she has gone through the gears, she's stepped on her, she's put her under. That's exactly what you've got to do with someone this comfortable at range.
Yeah, no, most definitely. Like I said, she's finding it quite difficult to close that gap or find that range, that distance in the first round, but eventually she started closing on the gap. She had to take a few to let some of hers off, and now she's found her distance. She started low and coming up high, and she's landed a good few right hooks and some left hooks too, and some good straight backhands, and it's paying dividends now. She's getting that motion now, she knows the distance, so she's going to be closing her down.
What O'Keefe is doing now, she's coming in with her hands up high, which is evading or stopping her Masia Kite, you know, being able to.
Yeah, she's taking them on the gloves, isn't she, and then replying.
Masia Kite, when she's holding the middle of the ring, she's so upright, she's making, you know, O'Keefe fall short. But as soon as she hits the rope, she hasn't got that room to
good
back
left hand right hook,
and her chin's still up in the air. So O'Keefe, all she needs to do is get down and land
straight left hand.
And I think O'Keefe now has got her number somewhat and figured out how to get at her. She knows she can hit her, she knows she can hurt her, and she's bringing that confidence now into the fourth round. As we pass the halfway point of this one, she's got to be mindful though, she can't get too complacent and going too wild. Nice lead hook there from O'Keefe. She will have felt that one, Masia Kite. She holds on and grabs hold of the back of the head of O'Keefe. Moved over here from Ireland in September. Clear intentions here in the pro ranks. Taking on an opponent like this on a debut and moving herself over here for training camps. Huge shots from O'Keefe again. Very heavy-handed. Masia Kite taking these shots well, but they're still going to be impressive in the eyes of the referee because they're eye-catching shots, these from O'Keefe.
I'm impressed with the grit and the determination of Masia Kite because she's firing back.
She's a very, very tough opponent. This is a really tough debut, and all the more impressive the way that Shauna O'Keefe has applied herself here. She wants to dedicate this fight to Dano and Rosie, and again says she's missing family and looking forward to going back home, but they'll be watching this with immense pride, as what a performance this from O'Keefe. This is the kind of fight that you'd be thinking of having a few fights in, isn't it?
Yeah,
a real tough battle, and she's taken this in her debut, and goodness me, has she adapted well.
There you go.
All credit to Masia Kite, but we knew coming in what she was capable of. We've seen her before, she's been in with the best. We didn't know what to expect from Shauna O'Keefe as a pro. Of course, incredible amateur pedigree as an amateur, but it doesn't always carry over. But so far, very impressive from the Irish woman.
And also impressive is the grip from Masia Kite, because she's having to go through a storm to stay on her feet. 100%. But this is a great debut and excitement.
Shauna O'Keefe definitely putting Masia Kite out of her comfort zone, if there is such a thing in the squared circle, but she certainly prefers to keep her opponents on the end of a jab, keep her at range, and Shauna O'Keefe is making it very uncomfortable for her in there, blasting away past those long levers of Masia Kite, and when she gets in range, she is letting her hands go and landing some big shots, as we've seen in the replays there with both hands. O'Keefe.
Yeah, the straight left seems to be working.
Kevin Mitchell did say she was explosive Sunday, and she certainly is, given half the chance.
Any nerve she had at the beginning of the fight are definitely gone now.
And I think she realised this was not one of those fights that you could warm into, feel each other out. She had to get straight into business and set about Masia Kite, and she's done just that.
Masia Kite now coming on the front foot.
And I suspect that Shauna O'Keefe will be fairly comfortable boxing on the back foot countering if she has to, but she steps forward again now and takes it to Masia Kite again. What a great fight this has been.
Brilliant fight.
Don't see many debuts that are like this, where you're literally having to bite down on your gum shield, take a deep breath and just go at it toe to toe. Some of these fiery exchanges, absolutely compelling.
Oh, good right hook by O'Keefe. And another right hook and a straight left.
I'm starting to see Masia Kite holding. Referee just having a quick word there.
Oh, but she gets caught there, coming inside.
Yeah, a little too wild with that swing. Right over her front foot. She needs to keep her feet steady underneath her.
Great right hook.
Another
right
great
hook.
shot.
She's unsteady a bit, but she's fighting back.
Good shots there from O'Keefe. Put Masia Kite under pressure. She seems to steady herself, very sturdy opponent. She's taking some massive shots in the lead hand of O'Keefe, but seems to take them and
fire
got a granite chin. Another lovely lead hook. Masia Kite just hasn't been able to defend herself from that. Needs to be catching those with her left hand, but just isn't able to. She shipped a few massive lead hands from, sends one back of her own though, which O'Keefe will have to be aware of. But what a round again. This one has been what you'd expect a few fights in, with something on the line, but goodness me, for a debut,
she's definitely not
what a fight.
She hasn't eased her way into the professional ranks. This is a championship fight almost. But you know, she's coming with pedigree, and I guess she doesn't want to waste time, you know, fighting a lot of journeymen or journeywomen in this case. She wants to get straight down to business and find out how good she is. She
certainly does, and as I say, it's a tough category. The women's lightweight category in Ireland. Amy Broadhurst, world champion. Kelly Harrington, Olympic gold medalist. Katie Taylor. Haven't got long enough in between rounds to list her achievements, but she needs no introduction. Those are the fighters that Shauna O'Keefe has been in with, let alone the Swede Patricia Berghult, GB's Shauna Whitwell. She has been in with all of them. She is game. She's ready to get cracking with her pro career. She's taken a tough opponent to start with, and it's brought out the best in her, because she has been willing to go toe to toe and take the fight to Masia Kite.
good
Had to
straight
take a
left
few
hand.
shots of her
good
own, but
right hook.
another great overhand shot from O'Keefe. The crowd, again, she's just got to be a little bit wary of leaning over that front foot and losing her balance. But of course, these are learning fights. This is something that Kevin Mitchell, her coach, will take back to the gym and they'll work on when she comes back in the new year. She'll be heading home to Ireland after this, but in the new year, they'll be working on that. She was landing some great shots in the corner there, Denzel.
She was landing some great shots, and she got a bit too greedy, and she was lucky for that to not be called a knockdown, because she did get hit, even though she was a bit off balance, she did get hit on the way down. But
and I think as the fatigue sets in, sometimes mentally, we're not quite as switched on, and we can make these early mistakes. And this has been a very grueling fight for her debut. 6 rounds as well, which she won't be used to. So perhaps that fatigue getting a little bit sloppy in her footwork as well.
They'll both be aching in the morning.
Absolutely, and it's understandable. It's when you're in there and you're going toe to toe like this from first bell to last, it takes its toll, and we're starting to see that fatigue a little bit. Both fighters losing the shape a little bit. Got to be careful with going over swinging with that lead hand, but it's been so effective. Massive backhand from Shauna O'Keefe that lands clean and flush on Masia Kite.
And another left.
But she has some unbelievable ability to take big shots.
Masia Kite
is
granite chin, the Lithuanian. But that is why they call her in for the big fights, because she will give them rounds, giving plenty back herself. Masia Kite now. Shauna O'Keefe just holding on. She'll take a deep breath now and get back to work for the last 10. She'll want to leave a strong impression for the referee. Few big shots. What a finish. What an incredible fight, but what an incredible debut from Shauna O'Keefe, from the Irish woman. The Fighting Irish, as they're known, we know that they like a scrap, but goodness me, to take that one
for your first
Shauna O'Keefe in your first fight. Fair play. Absolutely. That was heart, grit, determination, and plenty of quality boxing as well.
Definitely not.
And they left it all in there, didn't they? They're out on the feet at the end of that one.
Definitely not tippy-toeing into the professional ranks.
Straight full into it. Especially for a rounder as well. I mean, she's not playing no games.
This was a fantastic contest for the fans.
Well, she can be very proud of that. It'll be interesting to see how the referee has scored this one. But huge credit to both fighters. What a fight we've just seen. 6 rounds, an absolute humdinger. The crowd have loved it as both boxers make their way to centre ring to get the official result. Let's go now to our MC, Vernon Ray.
Ladies and gentlemen, I did say at the beginning of the contest, the ladies never leave anything in the dressing room. Some appreciation. What a cracking contest. Our 2 boxers, well done. After 6 rounds of boxing here this evening at York Hall, we are once again with the referee's scorecard. Scoring the contest 59 points to 55 points. And your winner on her debut, Shauna O'Keefe.
Huge applause from the crowd, and I think what we're hearing is genuine appreciation, but not only a win for Shauna O'Keefe on her debut, but just Sunday a cracking fight.
And that's what York does, and that's what people come to York for, to see fantastic fights like the one we just see. Shauna O'Keefe really going out there for a professional debut. I could see a bit of nerves before the bell started, and she just wanted to get that first one under her belt and win this fight, and win it she surely did. And what a great contest. And
we're seeing some of the replays here, and if you're watching this and you didn't notice Shauna O'Keefe's debut, you might think there was a few titles on the line here for an undisputed title. Goodness me, this was the Irish woman's debut, and what a performance, and what a fight we've been treated to here on FightZone TV. We knew what Masia Kite would and does bring, and we've seen that before. Shauna O'Keefe untested in the pro ranks, despite having a great amateur pedigree. We didn't know what to expect. Well, goodness me, we can now look forward to her next outing, because that was some performance. We can go ringside now to Ali Drew. Shauna O'Keefe is with her now.
Shauna, a professional debut like that, a successful one, an entertaining one. How do you feel?
I feel really good. We expected it to be a tough one. She's a very durable opponent, but I went down and did what I could. It's my first fight. I learned leaps and bounds from that than somebody just coming in for a walkover. So I enjoyed it. I'm glad I got the 6-2s in for my first fight as well. So I'm happy, to be honest.
Yeah, very tough opponent to choose for your professional debut. But you just said then you hope you lived up to the hype. Do you feel like you did?
I feel like I did. People expected like a warrior, and I think I was a warrior. She was tough. She was tough. I gave as good as I got. I think there's a lot of learning, but lads, I'm a baby in it. I'm bound to make mistakes, and I'll learn more. I'll go back and I'll rewatch it, and I'll be an even more a better animal in my next fight. So I'm happy all round, and I'm in your call. It's my pro debut. I'm over the moon. I'm over the moon. And look at Kevin. Kevin's smiling like a Cheshire cat. We've been working hard for this, lads. So I'm happy regardless. I got the W. I'm 1-0 going into Christmas. I'm very happy.
Yeah, and a fantastic performance from you. Com said fight of the night so far. Kevin Mitchell, I'll bring you in. I mean, how good to see her finally make her professional debut.
Yeah, you know, she's only been over in England with me like 12 weeks. To move over and transition to be a pro in 12 weeks is a massive, massive ask. And to see her do that in such a short space of time is massive. I believe 6 months from now she'll be better, 12 months from there she'll be a lot better. She's such a quick learner, so you can see there she's got all the capabilities of being a great fighter. She's explosive, she brings the fight. There's a lot of little things we're going to work on that and tweak in the gym. But yeah, that for me was great opponent, a tough opponent. She's been in there with everyone. I'm over the moon.
Yeah, John, will bring you in. I mean, big plans for Shauna going forward.
Yeah, well done, Shauna. Absolutely superb. There was a load of hype about you. You lived up to it. Don't beat yourself up. You didn't get the stoppage. I thought you were superb the whole way through. I thought your footwork was great. You went for the knockout. You probably wanted it a bit too much in that final round. But like you said, those 6 rounds would be great for you. You got to remember, she's only been stopped by Chantal Cameron. She's gone the distance with Natasha Jonas, a world champion. Caroline Dubois went to points with her. She's going to be a world champion. Hopefully you will too. We've already spoke with Kev. We'll have you back out in the new year. That'll be an honour for us. Probably step you up. That's what Kev wants. Maybe an 8-rounder. We don't want to rush you too quick, but really good. Great to have you on. Well done.
So much, Mark. I really appreciate it. And yes, an 8-rounder after Christmas. Let's go.
But well done.
Thank you so much.
Well, a jubilant Shauna O'Keefe, and we understand why. Every right to be very pleased with that incredible debut. Plenty of boxing on the way, as you can see here. Some great fights ahead of us. Let's crack on with the action now and go to our MC, Vernon Ray.
Right here live in the home of British boxing, the York Hall in Bethnal Green. Live on FightZone, you can watch all the action again later this evening, or just tune in on your phone as you sit in your seats to watch the replays. Bout number 5, the Super Ladies and Gents. 8 rounds of boxing in the super featherweight division. Introducing to you first, making his way to the ring, boxing out of the blue corner. Let's go for Victor Rudo. And his opponent making his way to the ring this evening, boxing out of the red corner. Let's hear it for Archie Sharp! Ladies and gentlemen, time to introduce these two warriors to you. 8 rounds of boxing in this super featherweight division are where we are heading right now. Time to introduce the two boxers to you. Firstly, boxing out of the blue corner this evening on the scales, 135 pounds and 1 ounce. He has the blue and black trunks, ladies and gentlemen. Boxing out of Valencia in Spain by way of Cariba in Colombia, ladies and gentlemen, Victor Julio. And his opponent, facing across the ring this evening, he is boxing out of the red corner. On the scales, 135 pounds on the money. He has the silver trunks with the white and blue, and his name emblazoned across the waistband with the pink. 23 contests, 23 wins, 9 by way of big knockout. The former WBO Globals featherweight from Reading in London, he's Archie Shaw! The man in the bar, John Smith, third man inside the ropes. Sean McAvoy, best of luck to both boxers.
Well, we're about to get bout number 5 underway. Archie Sharp in the white shorts, fighting out of the red corner. Victor Julio in the black shorts, fighting out of the blue corner. Colombian Julio, but lives in Spain, 29 years old. He's had 25 bouts. Made his debut in 2016. Fast hands, experienced. Archie Sharp, 23 bouts he's had. The 28-year-old from Kent. He's in London now. Sharpshooter, as is known. Made his debut in 2015. And he's got a busy life Sunday. He's got 4 kids as well as his boxing career, and he said to me that most of his life is washing up and school runs when he's not boxing, so he keeps busy.
Yeah, definitely. Archie's been like he's one of those ones. He's been a slow, but I've known Archie since he was like 11 years old. Always been very, very talented. I think it's time for him to get busy, and because he's definitely class. He's a classy fighter, can come from all angles, and I'm looking forward to see his performance tonight.
What's impressed you so far then about the way he's gone about things in this opening round Sunday?
Well, I don't know, this Victor Julio doesn't seem like he's come to lay down. He's actually landed some good shots. I think Archie's, but that's a good left hook right, Archie.
And 23 bouts in, you wouldn't be expecting to have somebody you can just walk through. You're going to need a test, aren't you? And that's, it looks like he can pose problems here.
Yeah, but regardless of these 23, you need activity. Activity plays a major role, especially sharp shooters like Archie, because they need to find their timing, and you find your timing with activity. So I'm just glad he's back. To me, Archie, with that experience, he should find his rhythm, if not by the end of this round, definitely in the next round.
Well, just under a minute to go in this opening round, scheduled for 8 3-minute rounds this one, and the Colombian looks like he's certainly, and we were saying this before, weren't we, Sunday, that
yes.
Sometimes it's journeymen who are just about getting you through the rounds, and other times it's a proper test, and other times, if they fancy it on the night, they're going to give it a go.
Absolutely. Right now, this is a thinking contest, and
there was a bit Victor of a low blow that Victor Julio was complaining about there, but it is somewhat of a chess match, this, isn't it?
Absolutely.
And it's the purists, they're going to really enjoy this one Sunday.
Yeah, this is shaping up to be quite a good contest, because Victor really seems to know what he's doing, and it's 2 thinkers in there, and it's going to be who outthinks the other. One thing about Archie, because he comes from unorthodox angles, I think that Victor, as this contest goes further, I think Victor's going to find it very difficult. Because Archie's got one of those styles that are very, very frustrating for the opponent.
Well, I'm delighted to say we've upgraded now from Denzel Bentley. That is P45, and we've sent him off. And we've got Spencer Fearon here with us, boxing historian.
Apparently so, young lady.
That's some title, that, isn't it? I mean, to be in a place like this and be a boxing historian, I mean, it doesn't get any better, does it?
No, because the history of the York is incredible. And you know, it's an honour to be on for FightZone, you know what I mean, and for the Pride. This is a good show, simply because, like, Archie Sharp's been away for a little bit. Me and Tony were speaking about him last week on our show, on the Fighters, right? And, like, Archie is very, very good, very, very sharp fighter. He just needs to be a little bit more composed here, because, like, we know, like, he could do something wrong, and you see, as Tony was saying, this guy's not come to lay down, he's come to win.
Yeah, well, huge legacy here at York Hall, built in 1929 for, believe it or not, £125,000, which is pretty surprising. It was built for bathing, but certainly now renowned for boxing, which started here in the 1950s, and pretty much a rite of passage for a lot of fighters. Great shots here now from Archie Sharp. This one really has been a chess match, but when it catches fire, it really does. That was up the intensity there from Archie Sharp, and then it goes back to a standoff, but both fighters capable of going through the gears here today. We saw a little snapshot there of what they're both capable of. I mean, it's good. This is really tricky stuff, isn't it? I mean, they're playing all the games here, aren't they?
I mean, it's good we've got the knowledge with us, because I'm just trying to remember the Colombian puncher in the welterweight division a few years ago. I think it was Urango. Remember that guy?
Urango, yep, I do.
One Urango.
One Urango who boxed at light welterweight and at welterweight.
Yes.
He boxed Ricky Hatton.
He stopped him with a body shot.
Yes. Come on, give me a spot there, sis. Don't leave me hanging. Come on. So yeah, these guys, when they fancy it, they fancy it. You know, and I think this is good matchmaking. I don't know who the matchmaker is of tonight, but this is very, very
This is a proper, like, the art of the sweet science, that we're seeing here in front of us. This is pugilism at its best, as they say. There's no swinging, nothing erratic. These two are very carefully going about their business, almost like pickpockets.
Yeah, I call it product placement. Both fighters are literally product placing their shots to precision. That's a good jab by.
That was all about the timing there from Archie Sharp. He really caught Victor Julio while he was off balance, swinging that lead hand there. Lovely shot from him, but Julio composes himself again.
Oh, good body shot by Julio.
Lovely shots. I tell you that the hand speed of these two when they decide to strike, they're like snakes in the grass, aren't they, just waiting to pounce on their prey. Really, really engaging and intriguing, this one.
Archie has 9 stoppages in the record, but this Victor also has 8 stoppages, so he definitely can hit a bit, and you can see, you know, he's got strong positioning, strong hands, and a good defense as well. That's what's most notable for me. He knows his way around the ring.
Yeah, he's a flashy, charismatic journeyman, isn't he, in terms of the way he expresses himself in the ring. Yeah, this really impressive stuff.
I wouldn't even call him a journeyman. From what I'm seeing at present, this is a very, very
yeah, he's 16-9-0. Of his 16 wins, 8 stoppages. He's been stopped 4 times himself. Lives in Spain, the Colombian, so yeah, 25 bouts.
I mean, if you look at this, this is what I'm trying to say. You've got to be careful sometimes when you're looking at records, because if you look at the guys who are beating, you know, you got 22-2, 17-0, 18-1, 18-2, and 13-1, and 24-0, 10-0. The guys what he's losing to.
It's not a padded.
Yeah, it's
CV,
not a record. You know, this guy would give a lot of leveled fighters, southern area level, that type of level, a good run for their money. This is a good fighter.
Well, the crowd have been treated to an absolute barnstormer in the previous bout for Shauna O'Keefe's debut, and now we're getting a very different type of fight, but equally engaging, as we see these two chess players predators, whatever you want to call them. They are taking their time, trying to set up the shots. And it's almost like the sort of warm-ups drills that you do in the gym, where it's like shoulder tag or whatever, you know, to work on those reflexes, and you're trying to catch each other. But these two, when they do get the chance to put some combinations together,
it's very interesting.
Lightning fast and impressive.
It's very interesting because Archie Sharp has always been that counter puncher.
Loading up there now, Victor Julio. He's really put Sharp under pressure, but he steps away, gives him a smile to say, that didn't bother me.
Yeah. But the only reason why he's doing that is because Archie Sharp's allowing him to do that.
Yeah.
Like Archie Sharp, like, it's like he kind of switched off a little bit, and then his opponent, like, he fancied it. And he fancied it through them hard shots, and you can see this guy trying to load up also with the rest down.
And he was able to put a lot of shots together there as well, wasn't he, Spencer?
He did.
And that was good defence from Victor off the ropes. You see him using the shoulder roll defence.
Big shots in reply from Archie Sharp, though. He's got him against the ropes, but he's very evasive. He's
no, this guy knows
really evasive defensively, Julio. He's difficult to pin, but Archie Sharp, again, composed, taking his time.
Historically, Archie is a counter puncher, and you know, I think for
historically, Spencer, he's not said that word all night until we've had a boxing historian in our midst.
Yeah, historically, Archie is a counter puncher, and I think it's changing up. He's now having to be the aggressor because, you know, Victor is taking the role of the counter puncher.
It's like who strikes first, isn't it? Yeah. It's like a standoff. Quality stuff, this really is. The art of the sweet science. For the purists, they will be loving this one.
You can see, and he's doing it from the southpaw position. I think that's what's making it awkward for Archie, because he's looking to shoulder and come with a straight left hand and a right hook, which he just did.
Very relaxed as well, isn't he, Victor Julio? He's not tensing his shoulders. He's got that low guard and relying on his reflexes, which it makes it difficult again to... He's pinned him there a little bit, though. He's smothered his own work a little bit, though, there, Archie Sharp, as he tries to work his way out of the tangle and free his hands to get some shots off.
If I was Archie Sharp right now, I'd be concentrating on throwing a body attack, because like the guy's head, he's got very, very good head movement. But I mean, the body's there. He should be throwing to the body and not trying to hit the guy's head, because every time he's throwing that to his opponent's head, he's not catching him. Look, he's missing again.
When you're in with someone, Sunday, who is, you know, in terms of reflexes, so relaxed, so comfortable, so confident in their ability to sort of counter, as is Victor Julio, is it two-phase attacks? Is it going twice? Is it going to the body and then upstairs? What would you be telling him? As Spencer just says what he wants to see, what would you be telling Archie to do now?
I'm kind of in agreement with Spencer, because Archie is tall, and he has to use his height against a shorter fighter. And you know, you go to the body, you work downstairs with a shorter fighter, and then come upstairs. I'm just looking at Victor's record, and I'm just wondering whether Archie knew he was coming out to face a southpaw this evening, because there's no indication on BoxRec that this guy is a southpaw. And I think Archie, even though he's a switch hitter, I think he could be finding the southpaw stance, especially the southpaw defense, awkward then.
Sunday, he could be. He is finding it awkward. You could look at he's getting caught, and they're not silly shots. They're educated shots that he's getting caught with, Sunday.
Absolutely.
Right? And it's like, what Archie needs to do, he needs to relax more, not try and load up with the shots and apply pressure to the body, because when he does go downstairs to the body, he gets success from it.
Well, certainly an absorbing and intriguing fight for the crowd here at York Hall. We're live on FightZone TV, plenty of action on the way. We still have 4 bouts remaining here at York Hall as the atmosphere really builds. Then we're heading straight to the Cayman Islands. More action on the way. Top of the bill there promises to be an absolute cracker. Matt Windle and Craig Derbyshire for the Commonwealth title. Do not miss that one. But here the crowd at York Hall absolutely absorbed in this one. If they know the boxing, they're going to be really enjoying dissecting this one. Who would you say has got the upper hand here, Spencer, on your view so far?
On my view right now, I'll still say that Archie Sharp's got the upper hand, but the smart work, the sneaky work is being done by his opponent. This guy's a very, very clever guy. And you can see, just like as Tony was pointing out, even though he's got losses on his record, who he's lost to. You know, the losses, but he's lost to good fighters. And this guy knows what he's doing. He's very crafty. He's demonstrating good ring generalship.
his footwork then, Sunday, to get out of trouble. I mean, Archie Sharp was just about to launch an attack and step to him, and he was just so quick to get out of there, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Really hard to pin down, whether he's static or on the move. He's very evasive.
This is a very, very experienced operator, and Archie's having to work here. He should use that jab more. That's what I would say.
And the thing is that when you get two fighters who can operate at close range, you know that you're talking about top quality, because these two are in each other's pockets pretty much the whole time. You know, they're within range, aren't they? And it's just about who pulls the trigger first.
Yeah, this is great.
Now you see Archie using the left jab, which is the shot. You know, he's using it to affect head and body, and that's what really Spencer was calling for earlier. I was just calling for more of the jab, and now Archie is opening up that right hand. That's it. You just need to keep using that left jab and look for the opening. But as you said, Spencer, he's got very, very good head movement.
Good head movement. Sorry, young lady.
No, it's fine.
He's got very, very good head movement. But not only that, like this guy Julio, it's like where Archie Sharp is loading up with the right hand, he shouldn't load up with his right hand. It's not coming out fluid. It's coming out like it's coming out stiff. If he was to just relax and let him in the motion of fluidity, he'd score with that shot. Like he's loading up too hard with it.
The interesting thing about a fighter like Victor Julio as well, Sunday, is it's not what you would coach in a gym, would it? If you got a young fighter coming in, you would not be coaching this. But when it's natural to a fighter and they're so good at it, this type of style, it's so effective.
Yes, absolutely. And I think it makes it difficult. It makes it difficult for someone, because how do you prepare for guys like this? I think the closest there ever was to preparing for a style like this was up in Sheffield in the Ingle gym.
It was a really interesting conversation. It was on a podcast with Johnny Nelson that I was listening to recently, and he was saying, they were talking about Usyk and whether he was, you know, the best southpaw and, you know, all the stuff that he's capable of, and obviously he's an incredible fighter. And Johnny Nelson made the interesting point that to him, he came from a gym full of fighters, whether it was 5 fights in or 50 fights in, who all boxed in that manner. And you do tend to get certain styles in gyms. You said before you saw elements of Kevin Mitchell and Shauna O'Keefe, his fighter obviously under his tutelage, and here, you know, this is interesting what we're seeing, and it is Inglesque, isn't it, that nifty footwork, that confidence and that swagger to rely on your reflexes. And it's almost impossible to do if you haven't got the confidence or the natural aptitude for that, but incredibly effective if you have.
What is so interesting is that this is the style usually Archie frustrates opponents with, and you can sense a bit of frustration coming from Archie because it's getting done back to him.
I can see a lot of frustration in Archie because he's loading up with that right hand heavily too.
It's interesting as well, and this is why it's so important for fighters coming into the pro ranks, that it's so helpful if they've had a good amateur career, because especially when you box at international level, the types of styles that you come up against, and I know from when I was with England and GB, when you box Kazakhs and Azerbaijanis, they just have a totally different style to what you've come across before, and you know, it's not the typical English style, dare I say it, of, you know, high guard and technically good. It's something totally different, and they throw screw shots from angles that are like the Matrix, and you have to adapt.
I think Archie's kind of working out. You just took the words out of my mind. Archie's kind of working out the Matrix now. He's using that left hand to but he gets caught with a straight left hander, but he's using the left hand better.
Would you still have Archie Sharp ahead in this one, Spencer?
I think in the last round, but you know, I've still got him up. After 4 rounds, I've got him up. He needs to apply a little bit more pressure here, but educated pressure. And as I've said from the get-go, when you're fighting a guy that is this sneaky, right, you attack the body. Forget about his head, because you're going to twist it in awkward positions. But you attack the body. And if you can't attack the body, from there you try and punch the shoulders. And unfortunately, like, Archie's not doing that, because you can see that Archie's the person that usually frustrates people. I've seen him fight many times. He's very, very awkward, but he's technically sound. But what he's doing is falling into the trap of the mind games of what Julio's doing to him. He's
trying everything here Sunday as well, Archie Sharp. I mean, look at the exaggerated almost head movement in order to try and goad Julio into something so that he can react off of it. Oh, lovely uppercut there from Sharp.
Brilliant.
He really connected with that one. That was a quality uppercut from him. And as we can see, he's trying everything to just try and create an opening.
Yeah, this is that type of fight where you assert your mental pressure over the rounds. I don't know how many. I think this is an 8-rounder. Yeah, so Archie seems to be mentally getting to him now and using his left hand and firing.
He's actually looking away. He's not.
That's
he's just employing a tactic there of actually looking to the side rather than looking at his opponent, just to try and open him up a little bit and
good shot downstairs,
get some sort of response. But the important thing about this from Sharp is, well, until he took a few shots there, is that he's dominating. His ringmanship, he's always on the front foot, he's taking the fight to him, he's controlling the centre ring throughout, and that obviously will impress upon the referee as well.
Oh yeah, definitely. Archie's winning this round well. He just needs to keep this pressure going, and he done something there well. I was very impressed with. He moved him with his hands up high, and probably that's what he needs to do. Move him with his hands up, close the gap, and then start working on the inside.
Well, plenty on the way. We're pretty much at the halfway point after this one. We still have 4 bouts remaining here after this. We've got Navid Iran, Sonny Hardy, Joel Bartell and Elliot Whale on the way, and that one top of the bill, Elliot Whale and Darren Tetley. As I said earlier, if you've seen either of them box, you will know we are in, hopefully, for an absolute cracker with those two.
To one of Tetley's fights.
He loves a scrap.
He loves it.
Yorkshireman.
He loves it.
Yeah, and I think in his last fight he was so heavily marked up, a very, very swollen eye. His face was almost like a piece of meat, and he just simply said, "I love a scrap."
The thing I like about Tetley though, he's fundamentally sound. Look at his footwork. He's got
he's very, very good. I think if either of those have seen Elliot Whale, an incredible amateur career as well, so we're in for a cracker. But this one is keeping us well entertained, because what a fight this is between two high quality operators at close range the whole time, just trying to goad the other and entice them into throwing something so that they can react off it. And Archie Sharp has had to adopt a different style to what he's used to, and go on the front foot and go at Julio as he throws a few big ones of his own. He's got him against the ropes, he's loading up.
Left hook by Victor.
Doesn't appear to have the power to trouble Archie Sharp too much, but
that's a double.
Archie Sharp won't want to allow him too many opportunities like that as he pushes him back again. And normal service resumes as Archie pushes him back and gets back to work. You can't afford to switch off for a second, can you, Tunde? Because Victor Julio looks relaxed, he looks dormant, and then suddenly fires explosively with fast hands and catches you.
Yeah, Archie's doing some good work to the body here, which is really what we've been asking for from there you go again. That was a good body shot there by Archie.
An interesting thing with fights like this, Spencer, is that physically you won't be exhausted at the end, but mentally, such is the level of concentration required for this type of battle.
Yes,
you can be really exhausted mentally.
Very, very cerebral, because they're both thinking, but they're not just thinking for the sake of thinking. They're thinking to throw something to hurt one another.
That was a lovely combination there from Sharp. Sharpshooter is his name, and he's certainly showing why. Nice shot from him, and managed to get out of the way quickly. Quick movement of his feet before Julio sent his reply. Just over a minute of round 6 left in this one.
Yes, good jab by Archie Sharp. And I say the
you can see Archie Sharp's corner, Tunde, urging him to go to the body. They're indicating there, pointing to the body to urge him to do that, which is what Spencer was saying earlier, that could be a key tactic for him, because while his head movement's excellent, the body doesn't move like that, does it?
Exactly, and that's what we were asking for, to Archie to use his attributes as a taller man. And Victor as a shorter man, you have to
actually look like different weights, don't they? Archie Sharp looks much the bigger man.
The punches sound different as well.
Do you know what? I think the 8 months that Archie's been away has actually affected him, because now we're in round 6.
He's a reflex fighter.
Yeah, he's a reflex fighter, but now we're in round 6 and he's kind of getting into it now.
That's correct. Good jab. 3 jabs on a trot there by Archie Sharp.
Nice work from Archie Sharp there, tripling up on that jab and managed to catch Julio. Didn't trouble him, but certainly again it's about picking up those points and making an impression on the referee. Ultimately he's going to decide who finishes this one in his favour. But what a fight this has been. Really high quality operators as we enter into the 7th round. What would you be saying to Archie Sharp now, Sunday?
Well, just more of this. You know, that was a really good round for Archie. He used his jab well, doubling, tripling the jab, working to the body, and really mentally breaking down Victor. And he just needs to keep this up. You know, we've got 2 rounds left, and I think if Archie continues this pressure, continues to work to the body, I think it will have real success.
We're seeing a good period of success for Julio in that initial replay there, where Victor Julio's landing a few shots on Sharp, and then we saw that backhand to the body in the overhand hook, which is what his corner have just been demonstrating during that interval. We've been literally demonstrating on him the shots that they want him to throw. Let's see if he can execute that now as we enter into the penultimate round of what has been a really absorbing matchup. Goes to work on the body straight away, Archie Sharp, with those straight shots.
There you go.
Nice jab again. When he doubles up on that jab, he's having success with it, Spencer.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful. When he double jabs, and it comes out effortlessly. It's like, why don't you do more of that?
The straight right hand to the body is the shot for Julio. Off that jab or in a lead position.
And he gets lovely, like he really gets power, he gets the leverage, he gets really comes in with his back foot, he gets a lot of power with it, doesn't he?
Absolutely.
There it goes again. It's sharp, it's fast, it's powerful. It's a lovely shot for him. And also the important thing, it puts Archie Sharp out of his rhythm, doesn't it? Taking one of them in your midriff, it stops your flow.
And these are good jabs by Archie.
He's having more and more success by doubling and sometimes tripling that jab, Archie Sharp. And all of his jabs, aren't they? It's got some venom in them, haven't they? There's not many sort of tap jabs, are there? Because of course you can't do that on an opponent like this. We saw earlier in nice overhand from Sharp there. We've seen in some of the early fights with Arnie Dawson that little tap
yes,
to set up. You cannot do this against a fighter like Julio because you're letting them know you're in range and they'll just fire back. So he has to be firm and authoritative with that jab, and he certainly has been, and he's having increased success with it in these latter rounds.
Sorry, Tom, have you noticed in here, like, Archie's got a really nice glaze of sweat on him, right? And Julio looks dry. You know why? Because his work that he's doing just enough to evade big shots. Yeah, he's a very clever guy, But Archie Sharp is boxing very good in this round.
Yeah, this round and the previous round were the better rounds for Archie, and he's having a lot of success. There you go. It's starting low, Spencer, and then coming up. That's what he needs to do.
Yeah, and you know what? I think, like, if it goes into the 8th round, I think we're going to see the best Archie Sharp, because I think, like, he progresses, getting better as the rounds have gone on. He didn't start off too well, as far as I'm concerned. He's trying to figure out this guy. I think he's kind of figured out who we are now.
Oh, that's a good shot.
And I think it's in Archie Sharp's favour for sure that this has been an 8-rounder, because over 4 or 6 rounds to try and figure out this conundrum is like a Rubik's Cube.
You've called that incredibly correct.
I think to have 8 rounds, it's really helped. A lovely jab again from Archie Sharp. It's helped him adapt, adjust and make the necessary changes to find a way through. What a tricky opponent this is in Victor Julio.
Archie's really mentally finding his groove now. It's a shame there's only 1 round left.
No, you know what? He's finding his groove, but you know what? In a way, I'm kind of glad that he's only 1 round left, because he knows he's gone in the corner. He's calling people. He's got 1 round left. He's got 3 minutes. He's gonna go out to try and impress in this last round, Sunday. You know what I mean? You know why? Because we know Archie since he's been young, so he relishes the challenge. He's gonna relish it now, because he'll say, right, there's nothing really coming back, and I'm gonna have to take a little bit more chances. He's taking chances, but he's taking them wide. He needs to take them up close. He needs to be like a little bit more precise with his shots, and like maybe bring up from downstairs at the body, but then bring him up to the head. And we'll see what's going to happen, because I know that he's going to be looking for a stoppage.
Coming up next, Navid Iran, as you've just seen appear on your screen, he'll be facing Balaj Kara. 6 3-minute rounds on the way at super middleweight. But first of all, we have the final round of what has been a really absorbing contest between these two. Archie Sharp and Victor Julio. We've been treated to an excellent display of fine boxing.
And that's a good left hook to the body by Archie Sharp. That's slowed him down.
And he's got to be mindful here, as Spencer was saying, he's got to be cautious to a point, hasn't he, not to dive in like this, because he could be too eager. Victor Julio will humiliate you.
I've been very, these contests this evening have been very well matched. They have I don't think there's any fights that's been given. All the opponents have come to at least put up some form of resistance, and I think it's good.
Good body shot.
Makes a massive difference in what we tend to call the away fighters. If they can make it difficult and pose a number of problems for the home fighters, it makes for a great show, and that's what we've had here tonight on FightZone TV, because otherwise they can be fairly predictable, dare I say it, a little bit boring if you get one after the other. Tonight, as is often the case with FightZone shows, we've been treated to so many different styles and types of fights as well. It's been a great night of boxing so far.
And not only that, but that doesn't help the progression of the house fighter by giving them these guys. So, this is going to do a world of good parts.
And also for the fans, Spencer, because if you've sat through, you're waiting for the top of the bill, but you've had 9 fights that are really predictable before it, and if they kind of go through the motions, it's not great for ticket sales. When you've seen so many incredible fights with so many different styles, this couldn't be more different to the fight we've just seen. An absolute barnstormer for Shauna O'Keefe's debut. We had Arie, of course, with a knockout, which was incredible, and now we've got this incredible absorbing chess match. We've had a little bit of everything tonight so far. It's been absolutely brilliant, stacked card of boxing from York Hall.
And this is good, because I was watching the fights on the train on YouTube, so
we've had a real variety, haven't we?
Yeah, there have been. But this fight here, because it's been a chess match, but it's been a chess match with artful aggression in it, so it's been very, very entertaining to watch.
Yeah, and when they have had exchanges, they're explosive, they're fast, they're exciting.
Good uppercut there from Julio.
Under a minute left of this one in the final round. And again, not necessarily so tiring physically, but the mental concentration that this has required for these two to operate in such a way from round to round has been very, very impressive. They've of course found openings, but they've barely made a mistake, either of them. There's been no holding, it's not been messy. It's been a great display of boxing.
And I've been very impressed with Victor's skill set. His survival instincts, because as you said, Archie is a very good fighter, but he's definitely been made to think and work
good shot
this evening. Great contest.
Well, that was a real treat, and for young boxers watching that one, so much to learn there, and things that you could adapt and bring into your own game, because we saw a little bit of everything there. That was a superb display of boxing from Archie Sharp and Victor Julio, the Colombian, who lives in Spain, and of course from Kent, Archie Sharp, shooter Sharp. His 24th bout that was. You wouldn't want a Victor Julio early on in your career. You want to get a bit of experience first.
You'd want to get rid of someone like that.
Yeah, if there's any managers or matchmakers watching, they'll be careful how they match their fighters with Victor Julio, that's for sure. But Archie Sharp did a very good job of dealing with him tonight. But let's find out the official result and go to our MC, Vernon Ray.
For us this evening here at York Hall. Ladies and gentlemen, after 8 rounds of boxing here down at York Hall, we are once again with the referee's scorecard. Scoring the contest 79 points to 73 points. And your winner, and still unbeaten, Archie Sharp. Ladies and gents, if you have an Audi LS73 EZM, please can you go and move your car? You're blocking 2 people in. So please, if you've got an Audi LS73 EZM, please can you go and move your car?
A superb performance there from Archie Sharp as he makes his way to ringside, where he'll be chatting to Ali Drew, and I'm sure it'd be interesting to get his insights on what was a really tricky opponent. So Archie Sharp at ringside now with Ali Drew as we get treated to some replays of what was enthralling action for 8 rounds.
Great performance, another win, you remain undefeated. Just talk us through your performance.
Yeah, it was alright, it's what we needed. 8 months and 11 months beforehand, it's no good. I can feel it in there with the timing. But I was seeing shots and I just couldn't get them off. I'm in the gym. I did have only 3 weeks notice for this, but look, we got the 8 rounds, it's well needed 8 rounds. And now we just move on now, so hopefully world title fight in the new year.
Yeah, you're still wanting those big fights, but the key for you at the moment, activity.
Yeah, for sure, like I say, if I can get the Albert Bell fight for the vacant world title in February, I'll be well on my way ready. It's just that fellow's very negative today, very negative. Like, when I step up in levels, you see it when I box a Declan Garrett, Leon Woodstock at the time, all these fighters who come to fight, I beat them, you know what I mean? But that there was just very negative, and it was hard, awkward, and the timing was out. But look, I'm grateful to be out. So John, thanks for having us on the show today, and thanks to FightZone as well, and thanks to yourself, thanks to everyone. I really do appreciate it, and we just move on now for bigger and better fights.
Yeah, great to have Archie on the show, John, and as he said, he's looking ahead to those big world title fights next.
Yeah, firstly, thanks for coming on, Archie. Definitely the best fighter we've had on our show. It was an honour to have you on. You're right, it was a bit scrappy. I think he made it awkward. We just said maybe a clash of styles as well. But look, you needed the rounds, like you said. You got 8 rounds in there. You pretty much won them all, maybe other than one. You're moving on next year, I'm sure. Lee's job, which he always does, is to get you out. If it ain't a world title domestically, you got your Jordan Gills, your Kakachis. There's some top fights, even if they ain't world titles. That's a stacked division. But well done, mate. Classy performance. Well done to the team.
Appreciate it. Like, just one more thing, like, as an amateur and the way through my career, as you see this, as the level, I know people say as the opponent goes, the better obviously the opponent rises to the occasion, but these sort of fights are dangerous, you know what I mean? Like the other week I'm talking about me fighting for a vacant world title, and you got fights like this that can be a bit of a banana scene, because you can't really get up, do you know what I mean? Not up from, if you know what I mean. It's like, it's one of them ones. I've been chasing the big fights, but I've been #1 in the world for 2 years, and I'm getting fights like this thrown at me. It's a bit discouraging me. You've got to just stay focused, and the chance will come. And once the break comes, I'll show everyone why I believe I'm at world level, and I'll beat them all.
Yeah, big things to come in 2024, but great to have you on the show.
No, thank you. God bless you, and thanks for the show. Great show. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Archie.
God bless. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Well, we're going to crack on with the action here then. Archie Sharp, pretty... Navid and Balaj Kara. Let's go to our MC Vernon Ray for the official introductions.
Ladies and gentlemen, we bring the action back inside the ropes. Bout number 6 this evening, down here at the York Hall, the world famous York Hall in Bethnal Green. Action brought to you this evening by TM14 Promotions in association with Mo Pryor. Live and direct going out of you on FightZone. Before I bring in the boxers, ladies and gentlemen, just want to make you aware we've got a very special guest with us this evening. Sat with us at ringside. He's a former British, Commonwealth and European champion. 3 times he boxed for a world title, just falling short. Please, ladies and gents, your appreciation for a fantastic boxer and a lovely Mr. Errol Bomber Graham, ladies and gents. Good to see you, Bomber. Always looking so good. Now it's time to bring the young crop. 4 rounds of boxing in the light heavyweight division. Introducing to you first, making his way to the ring, boxing out of the blue corner. Let's hear it for Balaj. And his opponent, facing across the ring this evening, is boxing out of the red corner. Let's make some noise for him. Navid! Yeehaw! Once again, time to introduce the two boxers for you in this light heavyweight contest. 4 rounds scheduled on the timekeeper's clock. Introducing to you first, boxing out of the blue corner on the scales this afternoon, 175 pounds and 3 ounces. He has the white trunks with the blue and gold trimming. He has a professional record, 7 contests, 5 wins, 1 reverse and 1 draw. From Felton in Middlesex, Balaj. Sounds like he owes a lot of people money out there to me. And his opponent, facing across the ring, he is boxing out of the red corner this evening. On the scales, 177 pounds on the money. He has the black trunks with the gold trim and so emblazoned across the waistband. A professional record, 12 contests, 7 wins, 1 by big KO, 5 reverses. He is from the seaside, down in Brighton in Sussex. Ladies and gentlemen, Navid. Man of the bell is Sean Smith, 3rd man inside the ropes. Shane McAvoy. Let's go, boys, you know it's about.
Stace, I'm looking forward to this one, man.
You just took the words right out of my mouth, because I'm trying to work out who's the prospect.
Right.
Well, I'll tell you what, you look at Navid here, and like I say, he looks like he's more than and this is what we were saying Sunday before. We were just saying, Spencer, earlier, that's the beauty of boxing.
Yes.
Somebody can look like a beanpole and absolutely bang, and then someone can look mean and tough, as arguably you'd say Navid Iran looks, and then not necessarily bring the punch power. But let's see. So he's had 12 bouts, 36 years old, the man from Brighton. And he's been in with some very, very experienced journeymen, like Sir Seamus Devlin, Louis Van Pooch, of course, who's been in with pretty much everyone, Robbie Chapman. So he's sort of done the rounds with the experienced fellas, and let's see how Balaj Kara does here. This is his 7th bout, the 28-year-old from Middlesex.
Kara gave me
he's a fairly inexperienced journeyman, though. He only made his debut last year, but it is his 5th outing this year, so
yes,
might be a tough test for him.
Kara gave me a look, and I just told you, I was just about to say, Kara gave me a look when he walked into the ring as if to say, I'm going to upset the uppercut.
He's going to work here, he's got...
And there you go,
he ran up against the ropes.
Roll his left hook, right up, but
He just caught the left hook there, Tom.
yeah.
That was nice work from
I'm a very
Karen, he wasn't afraid to step up when he got the chance. He ran against the ropes and really took it to him. He's the taller man, he's got the height and reach advantage. Let's see how well he can use those physical advantages. He's much the taller. In fact, when they were stood at centre ring, it didn't look that different, did it, in height? But now he really, looks an imposing figure.
I'm gonna reiterate, when Kara walked to the ring, he looked at me and gave me a wink as if to say he's ain't gonna go the way everyone thinks he's gonna go this evening, and he's come out really like
well, he's 5-1-1, Balaj Kara, so he's got a good record, he's got a winning record.
Absolutely.
So it's and again, that was a nice shot there, the old whipping back the head of Navid Iran, and it's really exciting one. And this is exactly what we were saying, that fans want to see fights like this where fighters are really putting everything into it, and we've had that from every single fight, whether that's been the mental level of concentration we've just seen in the previous fight, or like this, really explosive work. And nice shot again from Kara, who really steps in with that backhand and loads up with it, and he ran so far, has managed to weather the storm, but it looks like a matter of time because he's a ticking time bomb. Kara, he'll have to keep his wits about him. He's stopped 1 of his 7 wins, but Navid Iran has had 5 losses, and of those 5 he's been stopped 4 times, Spencer.
Yes.
Yeah, but you see right this here, it's like Kara, because he's a taller man, and he should not be getting caught with left hooks, because he should be dominating with his jab. He's a taller guy, he's got a longer arms. Why is he fighting out?
But that's a good right hook by Iran, and then a right hook, left hook, right hook by Iran, another right hook, and then a left hook by Iran.
So he should not be up close trying to rock with a short, stocky man. If you look at he's a short, stocky guy, and the time where he's successful when you're up close, you can see just by his build. He looks like a little mini Hercules.
And I think we've seen sort of what both fighters have got in their lockers. Balaj Kara, as we see him for the replays here, when he's at range and he's able to strike with those long levers, he can really generate some power and cause major problems for Iran, knocking him off his feet there, off balance, as we've just seen, but wasn't as effective up close when he had him up against the ropes. Iran, however, quite the opposite, as Spencer was just saying. His vantage point is when he's up close, and when he sits down on those shots and let those hooks go, they really could cause trouble for Kara. So this is so intriguing because you just don't know which way it's going to go. But I think somebody is going to ship big shots every round. That's almost guaranteed.
The old adage, you do not hook with a hooker, and Iran is definitely a hooker, and there you see another right hook there again. And Iran looks to be more confident now.
I think the problem sometimes as well for a fighter like Balaj is waiting for this long. He's allowing Iran to take that space and come to him, isn't he, and get those shots off.
Yeah, the pressure.
If he's busier with that jab, he keeps him at range, and it doesn't allow Iran that time to set himself, does it?
Absolutely. Iran jabbing well though here. And this is really what Spencer was saying. There's no way Iran should be able to leverage that hook if he's using his jab and his movement effectively.
So never ever. If I was in if I was in his corner, everything would be off your jab. Just pop your jab. Every time you see a little movement, pop it and then double it up, right? Because there's no way that Iran should be getting close to him.
And what's interesting though is he's almost waiting for Iran when he doesn't need to. In fact, that's far less effective for him. He's got to be leading off with that jab and going first. And the fact that he's not doing is allowing Iran in.
This is really boiling to be an exciting
It's so exciting because any moment there could be a big shot from either fighter, and both are willing to take the risks.
Kara's money punch is the straight
huge backhand from Kara. Will he follow up on it? He looks a bit unsteady on his feet, Iran. He tries to grab hold of Kara, which is exactly the right thing to do to bide himself a bit of time while he steadies his feet. Has he been able to clear his head though? Over a minute left to go in this one in just the second round.
Here we go.
As Kara steps out and gets ready to go again. Iran, a wild swing. He's going to have to be careful with that.
To the body. Right hook by Iran, and I said the straight right hand is
better be careful, you know, Tom. It's like these times there where you get caught with shots.
No, it's the straight right hand.
You can just get a little bit complacent, can't you? When he's in close here, he can be vulnerable, but
Iran has a smile, still looking for that counter hook.
He's giving him time to clear his head as well. Got another big shot from Kara. Can he follow up on it though?
Right hook again, Iran. He is a hooker. Kara is a straight right. That's the shot for him. He's been very effective with that straight.
He's landed it beautifully at range. Nice with that jab as well. He really should be using that more effectively, Kara.
Double jab.
Yeah, if Kara's got double jab right hand, it's lights out for Iran, you know.
Oh, 1-2 misses.
That missed by a whisker, but I'm sure Kara will realise that is the way to go, as he feints with that front foot, trying to get Iran to react and create that opening. What an intriguing fight this is. It is on a knife edge all the time. You almost want to look away because it's like watching two people walk on a tightrope and you just don't know who's going to wobble off at any point.
Wow, joining the party late, what a fight.
Oi, what's happened here now?
Yeah, I mean, Spencer Ferrin stole my job, but luckily Tetley tagged me in.
Two-time British champ Denzel Bentley is back with us. And Sunday is off. Substitution. Here we're looking through the replays here, and we can see just waiting and waiting, Kara. But when he goes first with those long levers, and especially when he gets that backhand off, it is such an effective shot, and it's caused multitude of problems for Iran, as we see here in this replay. But again, he's allowing Iran the opportunity to just nip in with those hooks, which is why this one is so exciting.
I'm pleasantly surprised by this fight, you know. Pleasantly surprised.
Every single fight we've had so far tonight has offered something completely different, but all been equally absorbing. You almost, like I say, want to look away from this because it's on a knife edge, like I say, two people on a tightrope, but you daren't look away because any minute it can change. A good flurry here from Iran.
Big shot.
You can see now he's gritting his teeth, biting down on his gum shield. He's got bad intentions with these shots, some big shots to the head of Kara. He's had to hold on. It's Kara's turn now to hold on and weather the storm. Referee steps in.
Wow, you've got to give credit to Kara's chin because he took some big shots there and he's still on his feet.
Listen, anyone else at this level would have gone over from him.
Yeah.
Iran, it looks to me like it's decided that he's not going to wait, he's not going to be on the end of that jab, he's going to bulldoze past it and really put it on him, and he just did that in the opening segment of that round, and goodness me, Kara had to hold on and weather the storm. Back behind his jab now though. Can he rely on single jabs, Denzel? Because when he's throwing that, Iran's just coming back with double the firepower.
Yeah, he's got to put a combination together and use his feet and get straight out of there.
Single jabs are just leaving him open, aren't they?
Not good enough. He's got to keep a good distance, throw a combination and get out of there.
What a fight this is, and I imagine both corners are sat here thinking, what are you doing? This is not what I've told you to do. But the fans aren't complaining because this is making for an absolutely incredible matchup.
This style of fighting right now this is suited for Iran because he needs that kind of rough and tumble. Right.
He's drawing Kara into his type of fight, isn't he?
Kara should be boxing and looking for the opening because that's his squad. When he wobbled up Iran in the first round. He should be boxing, he should be from a tight guard.
And this is the importance as well of the mental side of the game, isn't it? That it's all very well being, having your tactics, your technique and all of that, but mentally when you've got a man like Iran in front of you who no matter what you throw at him, you can see he's biting down his gum shield and giving you that look to say, I'm going nowhere, and he comes at you again and again and again. It's how you withstand that kind of pressure and that kind of mentality when it's right in your face. Has he lost a bit of confidence here, Kara, Spencer, do you think, as this one's gone on? Because he doesn't look as keen to throw.
Well, reason being, because he's been hit with some hard shots, and when you get hit with hard shots, You know what I mean? You think you don't throw caution to the wind.
He's got to find a way, as you said, Denzel, either to throw more. He can't rely on single jab. He either needs to throw and get out of range, or double up, doesn't he? And triple up even on those shots.
Most definitely. I think he's lost confidence in what he was doing earlier.
I think he has.
Yeah, like it wasn't working.
And it was working so well, but now he's been wobbled a bit. I think it has affected him a little bit. A little bit more composed now, though, but he doesn't want to be at this close range with Iran as he lets him in again, and he's able to set his feet and let those hooks off.
Barrage needs to get back on his boxing, and that's what he needs to be doing. He's getting the hard shots. And why is he fighting up close with this guy?
Well, Iran has definitely drawn Karar into his type of fight. He wants it to be rough, he wants it to be up close, he wants to be right on his chest, on him like a rash. Absolutely, and it's working in his favour. Who would you have ahead here? Because we've seen qualities from both fighters, both have troubled the others, put them under pressure. Who do you have ahead in this one, Spencer? What's your gut feeling on this?
My gut feeling is that I've actually got this even. Right, I've actually got it even.
Yeah. But are you going to jump over the fence or stay on the fence with Spencer?
I think Iran is slightly taken over. I think it's slightly taken over. I mean, Karar started well that first round when he had a good first round, but I think from then Iran just stepped on it and thought, you know what, I'm just going to stick it on.
And he looks the dominant force in there, doesn't he? That's the thing. Whether it's, when he obviously talk about shots landed and defensive prowess and all the different aspects of boxing, purely to look at from ringside here, Iran looks the dominant force.
Yeah, he's up in his corner early, he's waiting in the middle of the ring. Karar looks like he's slightly fading, he's holding his feet a lot more, probably due to fatigue. He can't move.
Here we go then. What on earth do we have in store in this final round from these two men who've both shown that they are capable of hurting the other, but both ridden the storms and come back with intent into a clinch here. Again, Karar really needs to keep this at range. Really doesn't want to be letting Iran up close, but Iran is very, very good at stepping in, moving his feet quickly, closing the range, and making it
the work as well.
Yeah,
smothers your work. When he's
absolutely.
Close, smothers you. Look at that, done it again. Smothers you. It's all down. As far as I'm concerned, it's all down on this round. Whoever wins this round won the fight.
Certainly is all to play for here, and these two have put it all on the line in these 3 rounds building up to this one. You can hear the crowd have been lifted these last few fights. They've all offered something different, but they've been incredibly intriguing as Iran goes to work again and they end up in a clinch. And this is the thing Iran's doing, he's getting his shots off and then not allowing Karar to reply, because he's just not. Oh, a nice shot there though, and that's the range that Karar needs to be operating at. Has to find a way to adjust his feet and keep that range to his advantage. Again with that backhand, now he's finding his flow and building in confidence. Karar realising that he can land at that range. He needs to do it many more times than this though, just to make sure if he's going to take this round and potentially the fight as well. But Iran again finds a way of landing that hook. Nice jab again from Karar. Then allows Iran to come in, get his shots off and again smother him. End up in a tangle. It's scruffy at times, but that is in Iran's favour. The ref having a quick word.
Iran needs to be careful. He was looking at the ref as he was talking. I think Karar should have just stepped to him from then.
Absolutely. You've got to have that mentality, I think, that tenacity, that instinct just to jump on a fighter at any opportunity.
Most definitely.
What an intriguing one this has been. Less than a minute to go in the 4th round. And this... Oh, goodness me. Some great shots exchanged. And this, in contrast to the fight we've just seen where it was intellectually and mentally exhausting, this, physically, it will have been a very, very tiring fight. Both taking huge shots and having to be... constantly willing to load up with their shots in reply. A bit of a tangle here, it gets messy again. Refs separate them. Let's see who's willing to go where they need to go and take the risks necessary to land those big shots, perhaps just to catch the eye of the referee in these final seconds. Iran loading up big swinging shots, ties up Karar again.
Wow, what a fight.
Goodness me, what a fight.
What a fight.
Excellent fight, but whoever doesn't get this decision, I guarantee you they'll be kicking himself in the morning.
Well, there are definitely things that both fighters could have done better, and they will. Yeah, there's lots of things. It's early days for both. 12 fights for Iran, 7 fights for Karar. So both met at an early stage in their pro careers. But my goodness, plenty to work on. But we're not complaining, because that was such an entertaining fight, and it kept you on the edge of your seat the whole time, because it just looked like at any point somebody could land that telling shot that makes the difference. A big backhand that we're watching in the replay there from Karar. Some of the highlights from this one.
Don't be surprised if it doesn't go a draw.
Yeah,
You're not really surprised if it doesn't go 2 rounds apiece.
I don't think you could grumble either way, but
I don't think you can complain either way. You can go either way.
Absolutely. Well, a nice show of respect between.
To reiterate what I said before, whoever doesn't get this decision will kick themselves in the morning.
Well, we're going to find out now as both fighters are with the referee in centre ring. Let's go for our official announcement to our MC, Vernon Ray.
So, ladies and gentlemen, after 4 fantastic rounds of boxing, what a cracking contest we just had for you there. Appreciation to both these boxers. Super contest, boys. We are with the referee's scorecard. Scoring the contest 38 points to 38 points, a draw, ladies and gentlemen. Just about right in my eyes. I don't know about you, but I'd like to see that all over again. What a contest.
Well, there we go. Spencer Fearon just saying a moment ago that wouldn't be surprised if we saw a draw, and who could grumble at that? We saw lots of quality from both fighters. Both fighters landing huge shots, as we're seeing here in the replay. Karar far more effective at that long range, and Iran really effective when he was able to let those hands go and land those big hooks on the inside. So totally different styles, which made for a really, really intriguing fight.
Southern Counties champion, 2 times elite AUA finalist, 2 times finals in the Euros. This man has got an amazing image pedigree. He's back as a pro on the 3rd of February here in York. Shout for appreciation. We'll probably see you after the new year, my friend. Take it easy at Christmas. It all starts in February. We'll see you in Tuesday.
Well, being treated to some highlights here of what was a really intriguing bout, and as I say, you couldn't take your eyes off it, because that one really at any moment could explode, and both fighters really dangerous when they were landing the shots. But goodness me, what a night of boxing we've had so far. 3 bouts to go here from York Hall, live on FightZone TV, and then plenty more action to come from the Cayman Islands. But Navid Iran now is ringside with Ali Drew.
Navid, you got a draw there. Not what you wanted, but is that what you expected when the final bell went?
Listen, to be honest with you, I thought it was a great fight. I knew it was a 50-50 fight with Balaj. So, you know, I can't complain. He caught me with some great shots, as I did him. But I thought I would have nipped it in the last. But listen, I don't go against the judge's decision. I'll take a draw.
Yeah, it was a real 50-50 fight. What were the instructions coming from the corner throughout? Because as the fight went on, you seemed to get better.
Basically, just take his range away from him. He was a lot taller than I am. He's 6'2". To my 6 foot, he's very long. He's, you know, he's a good amateur from Islin Boxing Club. You know, he's good pedigree in the K1 scene. Basically, just tried to control the fight, get inside his jab, which proved a little bit difficult sometimes. A very nice, very slick boxer. You know, listen, I can't argue with the referee's decision at the end of the day. It was built up 50-50. It didn't disappoint.
It certainly didn't disappoint, John. We'll bring you in. The draw is never what anyone wants, but deserved in that fight?
No, it was a great fight. Well done, Navid. I don't know where Balaj has gone. I'd rather have had them both here for a draw. I want to say let's play that back again. It was close every round. I sat there right on the front. All were close. I could see how all 4 might have gone either way. A draw feels about fair, but hats off to you, Navid. You know, some people were like 7-5, I think, going into this. This was a tough one for you. If you'd have lost it, and a couple of people stood near me felt you did nick it. So I'd like to play that one back. Let's speak to their team, speak to you lot. Maybe get it. It was meant to be a 6-rounder. There was a problem with some paperwork. We all know about that tonight. I don't see why that shouldn't be an 8-rounder, Navid, next time out. And the winner from that probably go on for a Southern area or something like that.
Sounds fair to me. Yeah, couldn't argue that at all, John. It's a pleasure being on the show again. I appreciate having me on.
So we'll play it back over 8 rounds.
Absolutely. Let's go for it.
Well done.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Well done.
What an incredible night of boxing so far here from York Hall. Goodness me, TM14 Promotions put on a real clash of styles in every. I mean, we've had the pure one for the purists, the bit of the sweet science. We've had barnstorming battles, we've had chess matches, 50-50s. Literally, as that one ended in a draw, and as you can see, both fighters bringing something completely different to the table. What an exciting night of boxing, and more to come. We've got Sonny Hardy still to come, we've got Joel Bartell and also Elliot and Darren Tetley, and as you can see on your screens now, these pictures from the Cayman Islands. More to come from FightZone TV. We go from York Hall straight to the Cayman Islands. What a night of boxing, goodness me. And they're top of the bill for that one. Matt Windle and Craig Derbyshire battle it out for the Commonwealth title, and that is set to be an absolute cracker. But let's proceed with the fights here at York Hall. Sonny Hardy and Engel Gomez on the way for a 4-rounder next. Let's go to our MC Vernon Ray.
Ladies and gentlemen, we go on here this evening at the world famous York Hall in Bethnal Green, a night of professional boxing brought to you by TM14 Promotions in association with Mo Pryor. Live and direct with FightZone. Out live as we speak. You can live it again when you get home. The action will be waiting there for you. On we go. 4 rounds of boxing in the lightweight division. Introducing to you first, making his way to the blue corner. Let's hear it for Engel Gomez. And his opponent, facing across the ring, boxing out of the red corner this afternoon, another unbeaten boxer. Let's hear it, Sonny, the instigator, Hardy! To introduce both of the boxers to you. 4 rounds of boxing in the lightweight division is where we're heading. Introducing to you first, boxing out of the blue corner this evening. He has the blue trunks with the gold trimming. On the scales, 137 pounds and 2 ounces. Boxing out of Bratislava in Slovakia, originating from Nicaragua, Angel Gomez. And his opponent, facing across the ring this evening, he is boxing out of the red corner. On the scales, 134 pounds and 4 ounces. He has the colours of the mighty West Ham, claret and blue, the mighty Irons, with his name emblazoned across the waistband. He is an unbeaten boxer, 2 contests, 2 wins, and 1 by mighty TKO. From Wickford, in Essex, ladies and gentlemen, he is the instigator, Sonny Arie! The man of the bell is John Smith. Third man inside the ropes looking after these boys is Mark Bates. Let's go, boys, you know it's a stake.
Well, what a ring walk that was from Sonny Hardy. He is a man who enjoys lapping up the crowd, and rightly so. 2-0 Sonny Hardy. Boxing out of West Ham. He's in the West Ham colours, as you can see, fighting out of the red corner. His coach, Kevin Mitchell. And he's up against Angel Gomez, El Cajete, Nicaraguan, who lives in Slovakia. 23 years old, but he's had 31 bouts. Done 145 rounds for an experienced journeyman. But Sonny Hardy showing his intent straight away, and he's made it quite clear that he wants to move through the ranks quickly. The man from Essex made his debut in July with a points win. He was last out in October. He stopped Jules Phillips in the 3rd round. Kevin Mitchell says, oh goodness me, oh dear me, this could be an early night. Gomez having to hang on, do everything he can to try and evade these shots, but Sonny Hardy, goodness me, threw everything but the kitchen sink at the little Nicaraguan, and he somehow has managed to come through. And goodness me, Denzel, what an explosive start.
And even a smile at the end of it by the Nicaraguan.
I mean, fair play to him for getting through that.
Speechless for a bit. I mean, lost for words. He just went straight for it.
Yeah, he must be thinking, all right, all right, mate, give us a second. Absolutely, yeah, certainly. But goodness me, Sonny Hardy, I think the adrenaline of that ring walk just all got unleashed on
that's a good left hook.
the Nicaraguan. Once he got him under the ropes there, there's a bit of showboating and entertaining here from Sonny Hardy. Certainly here to put on a show. He's been very clear about that.
Yeah, no, Sonny Hardy's a good fighter. I've seen him box.
He is. Well, he's been doing a lot of sparring with Joe Cordina, of course, the Welshman who recently defended his super feather IBO title. Incredibly skilled operator, Joe Cordina. So sparring with him will certainly have helped him at this stage. He goes by the instigator, does Sonny Hardy, and his coach Kevin Mitchell in the corner, who says he met him as a 12-year-old kid and told his dad that if he was coaching and managing when he was older, then he would coach him, and that's what he's doing, and he's coaching him to an explosive start in this opening round. Goodness me. Yeah, so Kevin said he wanted to work with Sonny. When he met him as a 12-year-old, he said to his dad, I want to work with him when he's older, and that's exactly what's happened, and it's obviously a partnership that's boding well. He said they've been working on neatening him up Sunday. Just making sure that he's neat and tidy. That's the thing that they're working on at the moment.
Well, I hear that, but anyone attached remotely to Kevin Mitchell is going to be a fighter. Because I've known Kevin from the day he turned professional, and I know the style Kevin brings, and I mean, historically, even if I'm using that word again, historically,
I was just saying Debs before, he never said the word until Spencer came over, and we said boxing historian, and now historical's made it into every round. I think Spencer said, I'll give you a fiver every time you say historical.
But the point, left foot, right.
I tell you what, this is a great little rally from the Nicaraguan as well. They're going toe-to-toe, battling out in the centre of the ring.
And this is
superb stuff from both fighters.
Before I was interrupted by the fighters, what I was about to say is that anyone remotely connected to Kevin Mitchell is gonna be a fighter, because you take on the characteristics of your trainer. If your trainer's one of those trainers that study the sweet science, there's a great chance that you will be a sweet science boxer.
And do you prefer to work with fighters who are sort of box with a style and a type that you're most comfortable with, or are you one of those who likes to adapt? Does it matter to you? Do you look for that in a fighter before you take them on?
I love the knockout, but I love puncher boxers.
And is that what you look for in a boxer?
I don't look for them. We find each other.
All right.
Yeah.
So there you go. If you're that style of boxer,
so it's
hook yourself up with Sundays waiting for you.
100%. If you're a
go
boxer,
find him. We're seeing in the replays here that incredible flurry from Sonny Hardy in the opening round. Goodness me, the Nicaraguan really had to hold on for dear life there. What on earth is in store? Sonny has made it very clear that his intention, as you had heard it right at the end of the video that we were just running before his ring walk, where he said, I'm not here to take part, I'm here to take over. If you're gonna have that sort of rhetoric, then you need to come out with intentions and authority and put on a real performance, and that is exactly what he's doing.
Absolutely. I think he's settled down a little bit now. He's more thinking about the shots and not just rushing in, because fair play to the Nicaraguan, he also is firing back, but I think if Sonny just settles down, which he is now, uses jab, he may find that knockout.
The crowd certainly enjoying this one. One of a long line of top quality boxers to come out of West Ham, and got the whole support here behind him. Nice combinations from Sonny, as you say, really taking his time now, Sunday, and working his way in a little bit more thoughtfully.
Any boxer that comes out the West Ham boxing club, I always think of the late great Mickey May. You know, someone who really trained all the West Ham boxers in a particular, always fight.
Oh, goodness me. And I tell you what, he's got to be switched on to Gomez, because when he fires, he really lets rip with those shots, those hooks. Wild swings as they may be at times, if they land, you could be in trouble. Nice shot to the body as well. There it goes, that wild swing again. It missed that time, but if he connects with one of those, he could be in trouble. Both fighters landing clean there. Both managed to take them.
This is such
another superb fight for the fans to enjoy here.
Yeah, Gomez ain't shying away from the fight. He's coming straight back.
Yeah. And here we've got a little bit of a mix of the previous two fights. At times, a little bit tentative and thoughtful, but when they go, they really go, don't they? Heated exchanges. Got a bit of a mix of the two here.
And again,
lovely stuff.
Looking at a brief glance of Gomez's career, of his 8 wins, he has 4 KOs. So he can punch a bit as well. So, and you can see that because he's firing with total intention when Sonny hits him. So this is such an intriguing
To be fair,
contest.
Sonny, anything can happen when these two go toe-to-toe in centre ring. They're both open, aren't they? And they're both firing with big shots.
Big shots.
They're both getting caught.
Sonny's got to mind that overhand right, because the Nicaraguan is throwing it freely. Again, but that's a good counter by Sonny.
Denz, if you were advising Sonny here, would you want him to go toe-to-toe with him?
No, definitely not. Definitely not.
What would you be telling him to do? Because it seems to me the only time that Gomez looks likely to land and is landing is when he goes toe-to-toe with him.
Yeah, I'd be telling him to stick to his boxing. He's a much better boxer. He's quicker, he's slicker. I mean, you're giving him a chance every time you step in.
Just doesn't need to do it, does he?
Do it, but I think he's taking the crowd a bit. He wants to take the crowd.
He's wide open, Sonny. The Nicaraguan's caught him with a couple of big shots. If he had more power than Nicaraguan, Sonny would have been in big trouble there, because he landed that one flush on the chin.
Flush.
He could have stepped round as that attack was going on, but he decided to just throw back. You know, but that's the heart of the West Ham.
I was just thinking to myself that sometimes when you have such a big crowd and big support, you end up forgetting about everything you've been learning in the gym and end up fighting for the crowd, and sometimes not, or a lot of times not to your advantage. So,
and that again is another thing to learn, is it's only his 3rd fight. That York Hall, he's got a big crowd with him. It's just down the road, of course. Hails from Essex, you know, and as he says, he's made his intentions clear of what he wants to do in the sport, but there's a way of going about it, and in this fight perhaps he'll get away with it, landing big shots or shipping big shots even from Gomez, as we've seen here on the replays, but with another fighter who perhaps possesses more power, is going to be really open to that, and he could find himself in huge trouble. So
again,
maybe maybe that's what he meant Sunday, Kevin, about we've been neatening him up, tidying up. Maybe he means in that regard.
Yes, absolutely. But you know, I'm going to reiterate again, it's not always about the power, it's the timing. If someone catches you unawares, it can have as much damage as a power punch. So
it certainly seems to go in Gomez's favour, doesn't it, if he draws him into a toe-to-toe exchange?
Absolutely.
Because at this kind of range that they're at now, Gomez really doesn't look like landing at all, does he?
No, it's just that overhand right. I'm very...
That's better there from Hardy, from distance, just stepping in and then stepping back again and creating that distance again. And when he does that, Gomez is really unable to land anything. As soon as Gomez steps in, Hardy just takes a step back, and if anything, he'll just walk him onto a backhand if he times it right. He wants to avoid getting as exciting as they are for the crowd. Really wants to avoid those toe-to-toe exchanges, but much better this from Hardy. And I suspect that's what's been said in the corner, Dennis.
That's good boxing,
Just get back to your boxing, relax, don't play to the crowd. That's it, and that's it.
And I don't think they'll have enjoyed the fact that he took some of those big shots right in front of the corner. I'm sure they've been saying, don't put us through that again, please.
Most definitely.
Sonny appears more focused this round now. Looking,
it's not as erratic, is it? Looking at this, you're looking at a fighter in control.
Yeah, he's looking to counter punch.
And I think sometimes when you're a fighter that likes to get involved in those kind of battles, you can feel like you're not doing enough and you're not doing anything. And when you're just picking them off and boxing nice, you think, oh, I'm not doing enough, I've got to go into battle. And actually, that's not the case, because he's winning the rounds and looking the much better boxer this way, rather than getting embroiled in a battle he doesn't need to be in.
Giving Gomez a chance.
Yeah, and this is what the embryonic stages of your career are all about. It's the learning.
Some fights are when we're thinking, aren't they? You don't have to go into battle.
100%.
He's picking battles in the first 2 rounds that he didn't need to be in, but now that's not the case, and it's equally dominant in a completely different way than a big toe-to-toe battle would be, because he is completely controlling the pace, the distance, the range, and it's all working to his advantage. Really, and this is something what you'd be looking for in a fighter.
Definitely.
Presumably that's what's been said to him in the corner, and he has been able to make those adaptations in between rounds, and that is crucial for a fighter's development.
Definitely, the fact that he can adjust from the instructions of his corner is another great sign for a young professional. He just needs to keep it like that. I'm still wary. I just don't want him to fall asleep on, the overhand right, which the Nicaraguans are obviously looking for again. But that's a good counter by Sonny, and a right, and that's it. There you go. Check left hook. And then you give him a check left hook, and you do the little early shuffle, but don't stand there.
Just switched off for a second there after that lovely check up, which he admired himself before any of us did, and that's fair enough, but switched off just momentarily after what was pure concentration for 3 excellent minutes of boxing from Sonny Hardy, and he'll probably get back to the corner feeling like, I haven't really exerted myself, I haven't put it in, but that is the right tactic and the right way to box against this opponent, and that's what it's about. You don't always have to go into battle, you just have to do what's necessary to win, and we can see here
that was at the end of the run.
The range and the distance that when Sonny can keep it that way is so effective, and the Nicaraguan just doesn't even get a look in, does he? Doesn't get a say.
It's only when he stands still that the Nicaraguan does get a look in. And when he's boxing like this at the end of his jab, moving around, doing the check left hooks, there you go. It's so good.
Here we go then.
Brilliant matches.
And Sonny said that after the fight, and we were talking about after fight treats before, Dens, weren't we? And his is quite specific. There's a Domino's pizza involved, but then far more specifically a beef bagel from Brick Lane. So I'm sure that Sonny's gonna, should he come through this one and have a good finish to the final round, he'll enjoy beef bagel on Brick Lane after this, and deservedly so. But let's see what this final round has in store. We saw an excellent display of boxing from Sonny in the 3rd round, avoiding that toe-to-toe, switched off right at the end of the 3rd, but very much the look of concentration on his face now, not wasting any shots. And he's obviously trying to set the shots up, isn't he now? You can see he's really thoughtful about his work. He's pinning his man in the corner, but he's not going wild like we saw in the 1st round. He's taking his time to choose the right shot.
The thing is, he's timing the Nicaraguan's right hand now with a left hook and a right hand. So this is, you can tell that the fullness of Sonny's work is what's setting him apart here in these final 2 rounds and this last round.
Well, he's certainly brought the razzmatazz, as Sonny has got glittery boots, he's got glittery shorts, he had a
good left foot there from Hardy.
A very entertaining ring walk where he lapped up the crowd, and he's brought that into the fight as well. And another intriguing round here, halfway point of the final round, as these two at close quarters, fast exchanges. And the Nicaraguan, I mean, Angel Gomez has boxed brilliantly here as well. I mean, he's more than brought his... Oh, goodness me. That was, he overran right on the way from Gomez, but didn't manage to get through, thanks to that shot from Sonny Hardy. Nice doubling up on the jab there from Hardy.
Yeah, just keep him at distance, Sonny, and he'll be right. There you go. In and out, in and out. That's all Sonny needs to do. And don't stand there in the center of the ring or with his back against the ropes. And when he's boxing like this, there's no danger.
Really impressive performance this from Sonny Hardy.
In and out. Brilliant.
Happy to entertain. He's got lots of charisma and personality, which he expresses himself with in the ring, as we see there. He's got to stay switched on though. 40 seconds to go in this one. He'll want to, his corner certainly will want him to keep his concentration in between the showboating. That's, for some boxers, it is just part of their personality, and that's fine. Just have to stay focused as well. Oh, we're having a shuffle off now. We've got a bit of everything in this one. We're having a bit of Strictly, river dance, bit of everything. Back to the boxing now though. Looks like he's trying to draw him into a toe-to-toe brawl again. As we come to the closing stage of this, the Nicaraguan ringing it to Sonny Hardy, but he manages to box off the back foot and see out the round. A shutout victory for Sonny Hardy, surely. What a good performance from him. And we did see a bit of everything there, Tunde. We saw he'll go toe-to-toe, he'll mix it, but we saw what he can do and he keeps it at range. Really lovely technical boxing.
The good thing what he done there is he used his intelligence in the last round. And the final 2 rounds, to be honest with you, because he knew he couldn't stand still with this Nicaraguan, because the Nicaraguan is very, very dangerous with overhand rights and what have you. But I like the way Sonny used his intelligence in the final round to hit a move.
And that check-up, Jens, when he used it now and then was really effective, because the Nicaraguan was sort of lunging in, wasn't he, wanting to bring him into a toe-to-toe, and when he just did that check-up and he was gone, it was and it always looks good, that, doesn't it? It looks flashy. I was never able to do that, but I always wished I could.
Yeah, you got to time it well. I mean, he realised that the Nicaraguan was jumping into shots, and he just thought, I'll use a little check-up and come out the way, and whenever it landed, it was nice to see, and it was very effective.
Well, a great performance from Sonny Hardy, and certainly a crowd pleaser, and he's entertained them this evening. Let's go for the official result to our MC, Vernon Ray.
Ladies and gentlemen, he wants to put his robe on him. He wants to put the mighty irons on his back. Let's sort you out, Sonny. You're looking a mess, mate. There you go. Ladies and gentlemen, after 4 rounds of boxing, again this evening we are with the referee's scorecard. Scoring the contest, 39 points to 37 points, and your winner, and still unbeaten, Sonny Hardy!
at ringside.
Sonny, you moved to 3-0. We get to do your interview this time. What a fight we have just witnessed. Just talk me through it.
It was frustrating. Initially we was meant to be doing 6 threes, but obviously due to circumstances well out of my control, we dropped down to 4 rounds, but we still managed to get in there, we still managed to get a performance on, and a big Merry Christmas to everyone.
Yeah, and it looked at one stage of the first round you might get it over early, and some of the exchanges at the end of the second between you both. Is that your toughest fight so far?
It's my toughest fight so far, 100%. It makes a change to have an opponent that wants to stand toe to toe and come forward with you as well. And this lad, didn't matter how much I hurt him, he was recovering quickly. But that's what I want. I want to get them rounds in. I thought I did plenty enough to win all 4 rounds. But listen, a win to win. On to the next.
Definitely. John, bring you in. I mean, what a fight. Some of those exchanges between them.
Superb. He's a golden child, this lad. 3 fights with us now. Hopefully we'll have him out again soon. Absolute class. I thought you were going to blow him away in that first round. You're right, it was meant to be a 6, it was a 4 in the end. But actually every round was great, and these Nicaraguans, they're tough to beat. I'm sitting there wanting to get a knockout as normal, but the fact he didn't makes the matchmaker's job a bit easier on the next one, because he stopped the last fella and everyone don't want to fight him. But really good fight. You look great. You got the rounds under the belt. Last time you didn't get them all because you got the stoppage, and you'll be out again in the new year. Spoke to Kev, onwards and upwards. Definitely a 6 rounder next time, as it's meant to be, and an even tougher challenge. Well done, mate.
And as always, huge support in here for you.
Yeah, I just want to say a big thank you to everyone who's come out, paid the hard-earned money to come and support me, and to all of those tuning in on FightZone, and just to everyone who's shown support, whether it's via social media or just friendly messages. And a big thank you to all of my sponsors, Sight King, Format Scaffolding and Pagan Construction Limited. Without you guys it wouldn't be possible.
Well done, Sonny, another great performance.
Thank you very much. Merry Christmas everybody, see you all next time.
Well, 7 down, 2 to go from here in York Hall. Then we've got more action on the way from the Cayman Islands here on FightZone TV. What an incredible night of boxing from London and the Cayman Islands. 2 to go here though at York Hall. Joe Bartell on the way, and then Elliot, and Darren Tetley in what is set to be an absolute cracker top of the bill. An incredible atmosphere here at York Hall. Let's go ahead then for our penultimate bout of the evening and our official introductions from our MC Vernon Ray.
On we go, ladies and gentlemen, bringing the action thick and fast here this evening at the world famous home of British boxing, the York Hall here in East London's Bethnal Green. CM14 Promotions in association with Mo Bryer bringing the action. All of it streaming live on FightZone this evening. If you want to see the action again, tune in when you get home. Time to introduce the boxers in this 6-round middleweight contest. Introducing to you first, boxing out of the blue corner this evening. Let's see it for Arnold, Spectators! And his opponent, making his way to the ring. He is an undefeated professional boxer. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you the Beast, Joe Bartell! Once again, time to introduce both boxers. Firstly, boxing out of the blue corner this evening. On the scales, 157 pounds and 6 ounces. He has the all-black trunks from Narva in Estonia, Osros Spar. And his opponent, facing across the ring this evening, he is boxing out of the red corner. On the scales, 160 pounds and 6 ounces. He has the purple trunks with the gold and black and his name emblazoned across the waistband. He is a former multi-amateur champion who I've had the pleasure of bringing out so many times, but for the first time tonight as a professional, with his record reading 3 contests and 3 wins and 2 by way of huge knockouts. He is from Guildford in Surrey. He is Joe Bartell! The man on the bed outside the ropes is John Smith. The third man inside the ropes looking after our 2 boxers is Mark Bates. Best of luck to both boxers. Let's go, boys. Let's have a good one.
And here we go then, our penultimate bout of the evening here at York Hall. More action on the way on FightZone TV from the Cayman Islands, following what has been an incredibly intriguing and stacked card here at York Hall. This one, Joel Bartell in the purple shorts fighting out of the red corner, and Arim Spar coming out of the blue corner in the black shorts. He certainly does. Lots of bobbing and weaving and shadow boxing in the corner, but let's see what happens here. He started well with the jab, Spar. The Estonian is 20 years old. These two both young. Joel Bartell, he's 3-0, he's 21. The man from Surrey. But in his opposite corner from Estonia, he's only 20 years old. This is 8th bout, sorry, he's had 7 bouts. He's 4-3. Looks like he's heavy-handed, doesn't he?
Yes. Both youngsters.
Bartell or Bartell?
Both of them are both of them are young guys.
So Spar fought here in July against Michael Hennessy Jr. and George Killeen in Manchester back in May. This is his 3rd time fighting in the UK as a pro. So he looks a tricky character, doesn't he?
I mean, he's
got an awkwardness about him, Sunday, hasn't he?
Yeah, Sparta's he's young, and so he's got to have some ambition. You know, he's coming to win as well.
Most definitely.
So this is a very, very good contest, and Joe just needs to settle down.
Absolutely.
And think about the work that he's doing, because Sparta is up for it, and you can actually see the way he sprinted to the ring.
Yeah,
but this is a fight.
Yeah. All 3 fights of Joel Bartell's have been here at York Hall. He's had 2 4-rounders, ended in stoppages, a 6-rounder which he won on points. Made his debut in February, so
one thing we do know,
been busy this year.
One thing we do know is Joey Bartell has a legendary corner in the great Jimmy Tibbs and his son Mark Tibbs. And I'm sure when he gets back to the corner, providing we get to the end of this round, they'll be telling him to just settle down, use his jab and box.
And he's had a busy first year, of course, as I say, made his debut in February, and this is his 4th outing. So that's good, isn't it, for his development?
I can see this fight heating up real soon. Bartell's getting.
He's heavy-handed, Spar, isn't he?
Yeah, Bartell's very heavy-handed. I've sparred him a few times. He
can punch.
He can punch. But he's getting clipped with a few right hands every now and then.
Is he awkward to spar?
He's got a very good work rate. So he's quite good to spar. He doesn't back down. He's got heavy hands. So you got to be careful with him.
Yeah, he's in good nick as well, isn't he?
Yeah, he's always in good shape.
He's tall at the weight as well.
Yeah.
I think he's got a slight height and reach advantage actually over Joel Bartell, hasn't he?
Yeah. Sparta. No, I haven't sparred Sparta. I sparred Bartell. Sorry. But Bartell's catching a few right hooks and left hooks. He's not going to like that, and he's going to step on the gas in a minute, and I can see this fight heating up.
Yeah. You know, Denzel, again, I always say, sparring is sparring. You know, there's not... In sparring, there's head guards.
Yeah.
You know, you're catching shots with big gloves on.
Yeah.
When you're in that ring, and there's no head guard, there's smaller gloves.
The other thing is the mentality, isn't it? And I always tended to find when you spar with those who are very relaxed, who like to pick the shots and are good on the back foot, they can do that 12 weeks out or a week out of camp at the same pace. Absolutely. If you're a fighter that relies on high work rate and pressure, you just can't do that when you're at the start of camp, so that can affect it. Secondly, some fighters go into sparring with just purely the mentality of what has my coach asked me to work on, and it's purely to work on those specific things and get better. You're not going in there looking across the ring at the other person thinking it's me or you, and it needs to be you. You know what I mean? It's a totally different mentality for some people, isn't it? Some people like a bit of a scrap in a spar, but most of them it is learning, isn't it? And it's not the same as getting in there when it's all on the line and it's a matter of winning and losing. That's when we see the difference.
Absolutely. I've always looked at sparring as a stage for learning, not for going in there having a fight, because you're going to get in the ring and have a fight.
Yeah, and it's nice to save something mentally for the proper occasion, isn't it?
Absolutely.
I would never have wanted my spars to be a similar mentality to fighting, because then how do you make that step up in your adrenaline and being willing to put it all on the line?
And that's where you take most of the damage, really, so you don't want to be taking unnecessary punishment. So, yeah, sparring's for learning, most definitely. I mean, some spars can turn into hard.
That's a good left uppercut by Joey.
Who do you think had the better in the first round, Dens?
It's very even. It was quite even. I think I'll probably give it to Bartell, but it was quite even. It was quite even.
Who's landed the better shots then, Tony, in terms of the big eye-catching shots? Who would you say?
I would have to say Joey. I would have to say Joey, but you know, Sparta is also landing. He's also landing.
You can't afford to switch off with him, can you?
No, definitely. It's that youth. It's that youth.
And tonight's card has been so gripping and so enjoyable because, of course, the home fighters want to put on a great display, but it's made by the away fighters, isn't it?
Absolutely.
You can have a whole night of either boring round after round fights or first round knockouts or stoppages. We want these fights, don't we, where they're really challenging the home fighters, and we've got absorbing matchups to enjoy and savour. We've certainly had that throughout the night. Such a range. Absolutely.
There's actually a level of skill going on in this second round, because both fighters are kind of coming in with their hands up high and then looking to counter.
Yeah.
And you see, it's leaving the open. Both fighters are getting caught as well.
Yeah, they are. They are.
That's a good jab by Joey, and a right hook to the body by Joey.
He's got to be careful because Sparta's lining up that counter.
Yes.
He's just taking his time. He's staying in there. His hands are up. As soon as Bartell comes in, good shots from Bartell.
Yes.
The timing of those was exquisite, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Really read that well, the movements of Sparta, and really caught him.
And I can see
nice body shot there. That definitely took the wind out of him a little bit for a moment.
I was just going to say, I can see Joey is that left hook to the body. He's looking.
He's starting to impose himself upon him now, isn't he, and dominate this one. Sparta less and less confident coming forward.
Yes.
Because Bartell is managing to pick those shots and finding the right range and the type of shots with which to dish out a bit of punishment to the Estonian. Good work from Bartell, really good work.
Shot again.
And this again is what we want to see, figuring it out sometimes. Beautiful shots. In the first round, sometimes it is a matter of trying to work it out, but he's made some little adjustments in the second round and landing again and again and again now, Bartell. Great stuff from him in this second round. Some big shots that he's landing on Spartan now.
I don't know about Joey Bartell, but he looks like Joey Mayweather right now because he's busting a shoulder. Shot off the shoulder.
Joey Mayweather. There we go.
Yeah, excellent round for Joey. Landing some
that was
great shots.
much better second round, because as he was asking Dens before who he'd give the first round, he said, I'd probably give it to Bartell. There was no disputing there, surely, that was his second round.
Absolutely.
Dominant in every department, really. We see here from the replay, just taking his time, finding his range, stepping in and then landing nice and clean with those shots.
Look at that left hook and a left hook.
Lovely, followed up with that left hook to finish the exchange, and really lovely shot from Bartell. And we're seeing here a range of shots from them from different angles, body and head, and that uppercut was superb, wasn't it? The timing, the angle, really beautiful shot from him there.
He came up with a straight left straight away. We didn't just admire his
I think he's just going to get better and better. Let's see, because he's clearly an intelligent fighter, but once he's figured it out and he knows what to do, it's going to be a difficult one for Spatano. I don't think he's going to get that much more joy, Spataro, unless Bartell switches off.
Hook to the body. Beautiful jab by Joey. 3 jabs on the chop, 4 jabs, 5 jabs, 6 jabs, 7, 8, 9, and a right uppercut, but gets caught with a right hook there. And the crowd now singing for Joey. Oi, good left, right hook.
I tell you what, that backhand uppercut, the way he sneaks it in there under his guard, brutal.
And there's the left hook, brilliant left hook by Joey. And I can see Sparta's legs look unsteady there from that left hook, and another left hook, and another right hook.
He's breaking him down now, Bartell.
Bartell going through the gears now.
That uppercut is something else, and they are a horrible, horrible shot to take. And the power that he's showing them with it, you sometimes feel like his face is splitting in half with those.
Right hook,
horrible, horrible shot to take, and he's landing it so perfectly.
Oh, that's a good right hand.
This is beautiful stuff from Bartell. We really are seeing now a display of all his skills in their finest. Goodness me, this is a great display from Bartell.
Yeah.
Everything that Spatara's been able to throw at him, he's had an answer and then some.
Left hook to the body by Joe. 1, 2, 3. He's having great success with that left uppercut.
Yep.
He's Joey.
Bartell continues at this rate. I can see him stopping him.
It's only halfway through the 3rd round here. This is going to get tougher and tougher for Spatar by our reckoning here at ringside. And you can see from this vantage point, of course, from ringside, you can see as a fighter starts to lose that spirit and that will, and that is what we're seeing with Spatar.
Yes.
Gradually Bartell is bullying him, not through his boxing, but through his style. Not literally bullying him, but just the way he's boxing. He's outboxing him that much and performing so much better that it's actually breaking his spirit, isn't he? There's not a great deal he can do.
Absolutely. These right hands are landing more frequently for Joey right now, especially the uppercuts.
And the thing is, as you were saying before, Dennis, that the Estonian's only 20 years old. He's come to have a go, and that's where, if he's going to be a journeyman, I don't know if he is, or if he's going to have a go himself, then they've also got to learn the trade, haven't they, of when not to get involved in. If you're going to be out and active frequently, you don't want to be taking shots like this, so you have to box in such a way that's preservation, because it's your livelihood, so they've got to find a way to defensively be astute and not get embroiled in this.
Yeah, no, most definitely, because you can't be out too frequently if you're going to be getting caught with shots like this every week. I mean, it's not good for the health.
If he's going to see the final bell, if he's going to get to the end of this one, he cannot afford to trade with Joe Bartell, because he is having the better of the exchanges every single time, and some of those shots, particularly that uppercut, which he's using so effectively, he's really dishing out the punishment with that one.
Experience is something you need in the corner, but looking at Spatar's trainer, I don't know who's younger. The fighter or the trainer, I'm not too sure how much experience he's feeding off, but this is a young man taking a lot of punches.
He just thought he'd take his little brother on the
referee's just walked over to the corner of Spatar and just said, "Are you okay?" Which means the ref has got his eye on him. I think if he looks like he's in a bit of bother here, the referee will stop it. The referee is having a long look at Spatar.
Looking at Spatar,
he's asking him again and again. It's the spirit though, Dens, isn't it? If you've got a fighter, even if they take loads of punishment, there's a certain body language to say, don't be looking at me, I'm going to dig in now. And we're not seeing that from Spatar, although he is again willing to trade. And as you say, if he wants to have lots of fights, this is not the way to go about it. Especially not with someone like Bartell, who's a very skilled operator.
The reason why he's firing back is because he's got that youth. and that energy, you know. But this is, as we say, this is not good for a young man to be taking so much.
And this is again where it's undervalued, the skill of journeymen who are able to get through the rounds. They have a way of getting through the rounds, and standing there and trading and swinging doesn't tend to be one of them. So if he's going to do that, he's going to have to learn the tricks of how to slow someone down, put them out the rhythm, make it difficult.
I think if Joey drops downstairs now, I think he could get him out of there. We're left up to the body by Joe.
I think the worry is that one of these uppercuts or hooks from Bartell is going to land really clean, and it could be lights out for the young Estonian, which it'd be a shame, wouldn't it, because he's really game, and he's, you know, fair play to him, he's shown a great deal of heart, hasn't he, because he still keeps coming despite what's coming back.
That's the good body shot what I was talking about, and that folded him.
That, though, again, is exhaustion, isn't it, mentally and physically, that he just fell to his knees there. And he does look to be in good shape, Spatar, but he's really under pressure from Bartell, who loads up again. Nice combination there from him. Takes his time, back on the jab, stepping in.
The ref is having a good look at Spatar.
I don't think the ref is going to let him take too much more punishment.
No. There's not much Spatar can do. I mean, physically, he's not as strong as Bartell.
Just one
and he's taking way too many shots, and he hasn't got the power to, you know, have a one-punch knockout.
And this is how it. This is how it does. This is how boxing can be. In the first round, it looked like, goodness me, this could be a barnstormer, and he was trading toe to toe. But once Joe Bartell made the adjustments, it's been all one-way traffic. And what a performance from Joe Bartell, who now is teeing off on the Estonian. He's really in trouble. I don't think the ref's going to want to see too much more of this. Although a bit of a reply from the Estonian, but he's back on the ropes again. Joe Bartell just separated by the referee. I really don't think he wants to see too much more of this, because there's not much coming back from Spatar. It's not going to change in the latter rounds, and it's not really worth him taking too much more punishment.
The ref's looking for one more big shot, and he's calling it. I can see the way
he's got 26 seconds to do it, and the referee is having a keen look at the opponent, but it looks like Spatar's going to last to the end of this contest. He doesn't want to get stopped.
He's got a little bit of defensive work to do now, though, as he tucks up, steps in, tries to smother Bartell, and he does see the end of the round. But how much more of this is he going to be able to take, and how much more will the referee allow? He is absolutely exhausted.
I was under the impression that this was a 4-rounder. I don't know how long the ref is going to allow this to continue.
Yeah, 6 rounds this one, and Spatar himself, I think, will be wishing this was a 4-rounder Sunday, because if he is to see another 6 minutes of this, it is going to be very punishing for Spatar. As we're seeing in the replays here, some massive shots to the body, to the head, the uppercut again from Bartell. It's really been a tough night's work for Spatar, and the Estonian, if he is to go on the road, as they say, and be the away fighter, is going to have to learn how to get through fights, get through the rounds, and make it difficult for the home fighters.
I'm being honest,
especially with somebody with the power and accuracy. It's the accuracy of Bartell's shots as well.
I can't see this fight going past this round.
Well, you would hope not, Sunday, if he continues to take this type of punishment, because it's not going to do him any good.
Shots. And that's the body shot again that I was talking about. That is the shot what's going to open doors for Joey.
You feel that any moment there could be a massive shot that finishes this one. He tucks up, but goodness me, lovely shot to the body, and Spatar just goading him on, isn't he?
Spits back in defiance and says,
he's obviously got that bit of fire about him, hasn't he?
Whatever he is saying.
But in this round, Tony, we've seen that bit of spirit back from Spatar, haven't we? Because he seemed really disheartened and deflated in the last couple, but we're seeing that little bit of fire in his belly again now in this round, which could be more dangerous.
I keep saying, it's just the youth. But you don't want to be the youth knocked out of you when you're young, you know? And that's, to me, that's what's happening, and I can't see the ref allowing this to continue much longer. Although Spatar is showing a lot of grit, let's say that. Let's say he's showing a lot of grit, but he's getting hit, and nothing is coming back.
He's just teeing off on him now, Bartell, isn't he? But Spatar's moving his feet a lot more. He's covering every inch of the ring and
he's actually
wide open when he swings those shots, though. And if Bartell happens to land at that time, it really will be
that was
over for Spatar in this one. A minute and a half left.
There you go.
Bartell's enjoying it now, he's just having fun.
He is. He seems to have got that little bit of, as I say, fire in his belly and a bit of spirit back, but he is going to have to be really careful, because sometimes when he throws, he's wide open, and if Bartell can just time it with the type of accuracy that they've got, it could be pretty nasty for the Estonian.
The ref is so ready to step in, I can just feel it.
Because nothing is coming back.
It's difficult for a referee, isn't it, to get that balance between letting them see the end of it if they deserve to, but not wanting to wait until a knockout if you can sense it coming, as we can hear from ringside.
Spatar's moving with his mouth wide.
Big backhand there from Bartell, but he took it well, the Estonian. Drops his hands now, which you'd probably advise him not to do. Little bit of words from both boxers as he tucks up against Spatar and holds on. Less than 30 seconds to go in this one now, in the penultimate round. This one's scheduled for 6-3s. Fifth round that we're in now. A wild swing from Spatar, and again, if he swings like that and Bartell can time it, it's could be pretty nasty. He's against the ropes again as Bartell goes to work. Missing with a couple of those by a wide margin, but some of them, those body shots, you can feel them from here, can't you?
Yeah, I mean, Spatar is really just fighting a survivor's man's game. That's all he's doing. He just wants to hold on to the end of the belt. I don't know. The referee looks like he wants to stop it, but then, as you said, he has to use his discretion. If Spatar keeps on firing back or keeps moving, then it will be unjustified for him to stop it. But I don't see much coming back from Spatar, and I feel that if Joey can put his foot on the gas, he could get the stoppage.
They're very, very animated in the Spatar corner. It's of course, as you would expect from Tim's, really calm and controlled and organised in his corner, but Spatar there, they were very animated, making all sorts of gesticulations, and I can't quite tell whether they're saying to him, come on now, let's go for it.
Yes, well, one thing is the experience of the Tibbs is
he's got a lot of courage, Spatar, though. I mean, we did see he was a little bit disheartened in the middle rounds, but you know, when he's come back out with plenty of spirit in round 5 and now in round 6, he's not going to get the better of it with Bartell, that's for sure, but still willing to give it a good go as the crowd are leaning forward over the balcony. They're pretty absorbed in this one, getting behind Bartell, encouraging him to go forward. They can sense that there's a stoppage possible in this one, and that is what the fans want to see. As I say, they're leaning over the balcony, shouting towards Bartell to get on him, put it on him. They're chanting his name. They want to see a stoppage, and it is possible here for Bartell if he can sustain an attack.
There you go.
There we go. The referee has stopped in, and that is a peculiar decision in the sense, Tunde, that yes, we understand, but at that particular point,
yeah, I'm not too sure. I think there was no action at the time the referee stopped it, but I really credit the referee, because I mean, what would have been proved other than the fact that he was just taking punches?
Yeah, I mean, even if he was going to box next week, I'm sure he would have been suspended. That was a lot of punishment. Yeah. So what's the point of continuing? You know what I mean?
So I definitely agree with the referee on that stoppage. Probably even he could have done it before.
I was going to say that there's times where he could have actually he could have stopped it before. So it was just action at that point. But yeah, I mean, last round he could have seen the final ball, but like you said, what's the point?
Yeah, because you know, sometimes, again, I say age plays a massive part there, and he's young. Yeah, you know, Spartan.
And I think you're quite right there as well, Tunde, in that sense of pride in being able to see out the fight and see the final bell. Really, it comes at a cost, doesn't it?
Exactly.
And is it worth it? I mean, he'll feel like it is in the moment, because he's eager and he's keen and he's a young fighter, but in the overall picture, which is what the referee has to do, and keep it balanced, and keep his composure as well, and keep his head clear, he has to make that decision on behalf of the fighter to protect them. not let the pride get in the way, whether it's seeing the end of the round or going toe to toe for a title on the line. It doesn't matter, it's what the referee's there for, and he's erred on the side of caution to protect the fighter, and rightly so if that's what he seems fit to do. Just odd timing in terms of what was going on in the ring. But let's go for the official announcement now to our MC Vernon Ray.
Ladies and gentlemen, 54 seconds into round number 6. The referee stepping in to save the boxer from any more punishment. So your winner, and still unbeaten, Joe the Beast Bartell! But some appreciation for Arnold. What a brave competitor.
Well, referee stopped it in the final round there, and we understand, of course, why he stopped it. He was saving the fighter from himself, showed great heart and courage, but that's not necessarily the most important thing in a sport that can be, as we know, detrimental to your health. So perhaps of the timing, given what was happening at that very specific moment in the fight, but certainly a fair decision by the referee to protect the fighter. But we can go ringside now. Ali Drew is there to have a chat with the winner, Joe Bartell.
Joel, you moved to 4-0. Final round stoppage. Just talk me through that fight. Did you think that the fight was going to get stopped early?
I'm happy with the performance because I've been practicing a lot of things, boxing, picking my shots, and I felt like I landed loads of clean shots, array of shots, you know, and everything I was landing was clean, knocking his head back. So realistically, yeah, I thought I was going to get him out of there.
Now you've had a busy year so far, 4 fights this year, all on TM14 show, but are you going to have just as busy next year?
Yeah, so the plans keep just as busy. I've been on, as you said, TM14 shows. They're great shows, great run, and I'm happy to keep coming back here because they're just much better than the other small hall shows. So I'm looking to keep just as busy next year, build up the rounds, build up the opposition, and go for titles.
John, let's bring you in. Joel, another great performance from him, and he's progressing nicely through the programme.
Yeah, he better come back. We ain't letting him go nowhere. Look, there's 4 fights, as you say, this year, all 4 with us, which is brilliant for us and a dream. Great to work with him, his manager, his family, and what you see is what you get. He's got in his trunk the beast. He is a beast. That's 3 stoppages in 4 fights. I maybe thought he stopped it a little bit early, if I'm honest, but maybe you would have got him anyway. You still pretty much got all 6 rounds in, Joel, which you need in the bank, and there was another step up an opponent, and as you step up and get to those Southern Area and English title levels, you need to have gone through some tests like that. But another great performance, mate. Roll on next year. Well done.
Any final words?
Yeah, just thanks to everyone that's coming out. They always make it great, always bring a lot of people, Bartell's Cartel, and just thanks to all my sponsors and everyone that helps me keep doing this, and John for putting me on the show. It's a great show.
Well, brilliant performance. I look forward to seeing you next year.
Thank you, it's been good to be on it.
Well, you may well be able to hear in the background that familiar sound in the build-up to a headline fight at a boxing show these days. Sweet Caroline, which certainly gets the crowd up for it, as if they weren't already. Goodness me, what a night of boxing we've been treated to here on FightZone TV. We have had a bit of everything. We've had a debutant in an absolutely toe-to-toe 50-50 Humdinger. That was the Irish woman Shauna O'Keefe, who's managed to come out on top, which was brilliant. Had a knockout, explosive performance from Arie Dawson. We've had Frank Arnold and George Mitchell with great performances. Archie Sharp as well. Navid with a draw, and Balaj Kara. Then we had Sonny Hardy, a really fancy ring entrance matched by a very fancy and tricky articulate performance. Joel Bartell there with the explosive power, that one with the 6-round stoppage. And now we've got the headline fight. We have been looking forward to this one all evening. Elliot and Darren Tetley. If you've seen either of these fight, then you should be very, very excited about this one. Spencer, this could be an absolute belter.
Is this the fight that's up there? Is Tetley up next, yeah?
Elliot and Darren Tetley, yeah, it's our final one of the evening. And we've been treated to an amazing night of boxing already. But this is going to be 8 3-minute rounds of sheer battles.
Good. The whole game has been very, very good. FightZone is the place to be right now. I'm just going to keep it 100.
It certainly is. It's the place to be right now and for the next few hours, because after this we've got more boxing action from the Cayman Islands. Yes, Matt Windle and Craig Derbyshire for the Commonwealth title, but before that we've got an absolute belter to finish out what has been a great show here at York Hall on FightZone TV. Let's go for the official introductions to our MC Vernon Ray.
It's time for the final contest of the evening. Fantastic show brought to you this evening by TM14 Promotions in association with Mo Pryor. Live and direct on FightZone. We have had a cracking show here tonight down here at York Hall. We hope you'll be seeing you again next year in February. February the 3rd, I think I'm right in saying. So on we go. Bout number 9. 8 rounds of boxing in the welterweight division. Introducing to you first, making his way to the ring, boxing out of the blue corner this afternoon. Let's make some noise, let's make him feel welcome, Darren Tetley! And his opponent, ladies and gentlemen, making his way to the ring as an undefeated professional boxer. Let's hear it for Elliot. So, ladies and gentlemen, our final bout of the evening. 8 rounds of boxing in the welterweight division awaits us. Introducing to you first, boxing out of the blue corner this evening. On the scales, 149 pounds and 7 ounces. He has the white trunks with the lime green emblazoned of them. He is all the way from Bradford in Yorkshire. Ladies and gentlemen, Darren Tetley! And his opponent, facing across the ring this evening, he is boxing out of the red corner. On the scales, 149 pounds and 5 ounces. He has the grey trunks with the burgundy trim and his name emblazoned across the waistband. He is an undefeated boxer. 7 contests, 7 wins, 3 by way of big knockouts. He is from Sidcup in Kent. He is Elliot. The man outside on the bell is John Smith, and the third man inside the ropes looking after things, Sean McAvoy.
So here we go, the final bout of the evening. What an incredible card of boxing we've had here. The crowd have been treated, as have we here at ringside, in our very privileged position of watching these incredible fights so close up. We really have had a bit of everything. What does this one have in store? Well, we can tell you that Elliot Whale had a pretty incredible amateur career. He's been in with the best, the likes of GB Star, now pro, of course, Luke McCormack. He had a really good amateur career. He feels a little bit disappointed, though, in the way that things have transpired in his pro career. He's last out in October, the 26-year-old, and he was inactive for a period of time due to MTK, because that was the promoter that he was with, and of course when they folded it made things really difficult for him contractually, and it limited his opportunities. And I've heard him saying that he was really frustrated, that he feels he should be up there with the guys that he was mixing with in the amateurs, who he's now seeing their careers absolutely take off. He wants to be in there in the mix. He feels like he's been held up, and he really wants to crack on and get the wheels in motion now for heading where he wants to go, Sunday.
Well, York was the place to do it. So, you know, and he's got a good opponent in Tetley. I'm looking forward to this one.
Yeah, and Tetley, of course, 22-5-0, TNT Tetley's had 9 stoppages. He's been stopped twice himself. He's 30 years old. He's quite a character, and another interesting thing is how differently people take their ring walks. Elliot Whale, all about the business, just walked straight to the ring, no messing. And Tetley, slightly different. He was sort of waving to the crowd, smiling to the camera and so on. So very different characters out of the ring. How will they express themselves within it? Of course, Darren Tetley boxed Echo Esserman at Wembley last April for the British Commonwealth and IBO European titles. He lost that one on points. Made his debut actually against Kev McCauley, which those who watch boxing regularly, had 251 bouts. He was a very experienced journeyman, but he says he doesn't like training, but he loves the fighting. He hates training and making weight, does Darren Tetley, but loves fighting. So, and after his last fight, his last out here at York Hall in September, it was a real dust-up with Steve McKenna, and he lost. It ended in the 6th round, but he was badly marked up after a very swollen eye. And in the interview after, he simply said, yeah, I took loads of shots, but I absolutely love fighting. So, let's see what we're making of this in the early stages, Spencer.
You know what? Like, if you look at what Well's doing right now, he's very composed. And you can see this is very thinking, because Well also realises that even though Tetley's got the 5 losses, he's had 27 fights. He's a very experienced man. He's been in very good competitors and opponents, so he can't take any chances. And you can see he's not taking any chances, but he's laying off hard shots, but he's getting back to return. Good exchange of punches there by both men here.
It's a shame Tetley doesn't like training, because whenever I hear a fighter say he doesn't like training, I always feel that he's never gonna fulfill his true potential, you know, and that may be what has stopped him.
You hear it, don't you, though? People, I loved it. And don't get me wrong, it's hard, isn't it, when you're really being pushed to your limits, but that's what I loved about it, that challenge. Absolutely. Maybe not always during the rounds, I have to be honest, but after, it felt good, and certainly that's what you want to know you've put in.
Yes.
Fight, but he does love a scrap, and this is a really good matchup between these two, as we expected. it's not completely taken off this, but it could well do, and if it does, we'll be in for a real treat from these two.
Well,
Good shot there from Wales.
It's taken off in the technical aspects though, because they're letting off hard shots.
Yeah. Absolutely, yeah.
Now this is definitely a good fight.
Yeah, we were looking forward to this one. As it happens, we've been treated to something different and something special in every single fight. This one, and 8 rounds. So this round, you know, somewhat also will be a feeling out round, Tundi, won't it? We don't expect them to go, you know, erratic and manic. Experienced fighters like these in an early stages of an 8-rounder.
What's most interesting to me is that it's very rarely you get 2 southpaws fighting an aggressive fight. Oh, that was a clean left.
Yeah, they are known for being those annoying back foot fighters, aren't the counter punchers? But these two are meeting fire with fire, and it's good to see a nod of acknowledgement from one to the other, and a show of respect that each other acknowledging, yes, we are in for a fight, and that's what we were hoping.
You know what? When you look at that, that's some very good exchange by both guys in that round, right? But there's a thing with like myself and Tony. We spoke to Mike McCullough, the former freeweight world champion, and Mike McCullough was saying like what we have in boxing now is like everybody when you're throwing shots is all hard shots. Not a lot of guys like throw little tapping shots just to get the range so they can let off their hard shots. And then here it was like both guys, they were like loading up a lot, right? Which could be detrimental because like as the rounds go on, you're gonna start to feel it. Like you need to tap and like to feel out guys first, tap head, tap body, then throwing the hard shots and it's kind of all.
We saw a brilliant display of that earlier from Arnie Dawson, who did exactly what you just described. He had him up against the ropes, his opponent Ricky Leech, tap, 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 and then boom. Bang. Goodness me, it was superb. But that is definitely not what we're seeing here, is it? These are stiff jabs going in from both men, and when they follow up, they're loading up with lots of ferocity, and really difficult to separate the two. Tundi, how did you see the first round?
It was very even. It could have gone either way, but I think Tetley landed with a more notable straight left hands. But one thing I noticed is that Wells' left hand looked heavier than Tetley's. Tetley's looked a bit sharper, but
nice counter there from Tetley. They're both fairly similar, aren't they, in stature, in build, and even in the way that they fight as well. So this is one of those, Spencer, that if you do have two fighters like this, and it's too early to speak this way, I appreciate. However, in these early stages, we are seeing two physically similar fighters, same physique, same style. These are the ones that can come down to something other than technique, tactics. It can be about heart, can't it, and mindset.
It can be, but if we look at it, the variation of punches thrown by both players is really, really good. But Josh Bell throws little sneaky hooks, and the sneaky hooks, what he throws in, they're hard. You just throw one that's there. This is going to be very intriguing, you know, very intriguing.
Who's Josh Bell?
Sorry, Josh Bell. Well, sorry. Well, Elliot Well. Sorry, my apologies, Josh Bell.
These are the types of fights as well where the momentum can shift, and that's another fascinating aspect, isn't it? Where one fighter can be really dominant in one round and then they wilt a bit, and the other fighter can come on stronger. Equally matched in that regard so far, as you'd expect, just 2 rounds in, but only 8 rounds. But it's a significant enough time where it can shift in and out of your favour. So we'll see, but really evenly matched so far.
Yeah, that's the similarity of both of their styles. They are actually mirrors, and they're fighting just like mirrors. You know, you couldn't really, you cut the head off of either one of them, and it's the same person.
It's like tit for tat, isn't it? It's like one goes, the other goes, and they're fairly even in the exchanges. We've got Elliot Whale and Darren Tetley here, top of the bill tonight from York Hall on FightZone TV.
At Tetley though at the moment. Tetley's looking to me more assertive, but as I say, Well's punches seem to be heavier.
Yeah, Well looks like the stronger of the two.
Exactly.
I tell you what, this is a difficult one.
Very difficult
to separate.
The promoter said it was going to be a real barnstormer.
It certainly is. Elliot Whale, very experienced as an amateur, as was Darren Tetley. Whale in the maroon and grey shorts, fighting out of the red corner, and of course his adversary Darren Tetley in the green and white shorts, fighting out of the blue corner.
How old is Whale? Elliot?
26.
26, okay.
Just caught the attention of the fans there, who really raised the level of their support, getting right into this one, and it is warming up. Because at some stage, if this is to continue exactly like this, at some stage, somebody's got to go for it, haven't they, and say, I've got to do that bit more to make sure I get the result here, and be willing to really throw caution to the wind and do what needs to be done to get the win. Still early doors, but from what we're seeing, it's going to be interesting who wants to take this one by the scruff of the neck, as we're seeing these, again, fairly equal exchanges in the replays here.
You know what I'd like to see with either men, because they are mirror images of each other, is someone to administer the double jab. It's like it's not, everything's one hard shot, hard shot, hard shot. Somebody should just throw the double jab, just to break up the middle of the other opponent and work.
There has been a lot of headshots as well, hasn't there? There's not been a great deal of work to the body, has there?
No. The shots have been very, very hard.
They have. May have heard the ring walk song there from...
Jab, he's come out with a double jab. Well done to Will.
Tetley's got
there we go, double jab backhand there. He must have been listening to Spencer.
Yeah, he must have heard me.
And again, double jab backhand. Good body shot.
Tetley's corner, urging him to be first.
Good shooting.
It was good work from him, and
this is beautiful.
Incorporated a body shot there as well. We haven't seen a great deal of work to the body, but did see it there from Tetley, and it landed well, but Whale replied with some pretty crisp headshots. This is great work from both fighters. Neither willing to give an inch, Spencer.
You know what?
Good left hook and a left hook to the body by Elliot there. Finishing with a jab and a right hook to the body, off a jab.
They're both keen to finish the exchanges, aren't they? And if they ship a couple of shots, they're quick to reply. They don't want to rest on the laurels, do they? I mean,
this is beautiful matchmaking.
Really,
this is good shooting matchmaking.
Elliot using that jab to great effect right now, and then that's a left hook, right hook by Elliot. May have sounded harder than what it actually was.
And in a fight like this, when it is seemingly to us, we don't know how everybody else has it. You may see it differently watching at home, and the people here in York Hall, and indeed the referee and the people ringside. But from what we're seeing here, it is a pretty close contest. The margins in these can be so fine that one big shot in a round can make the difference. Absolutely. Yes. Those, sometimes you get that big shot where it rocks the fighter's head back, and that is the one that gives you, just sways the round in your favour. That's how close it can be.
Oh, Tetley then a good.
There's a great little sequence from Tetley there.
Good double jab by Elliot.
A minute to go in this, the third round. Another incredibly intriguing fight for the fans, and again, both fighters having success with almost identical shots. It's very unusual that you get fighters so similar.
Yeah, it is. It's very unusual that you get two southpaws going.
Well, there you go. Unusual to get two southpaws going at it
on a front foot.
Fact that, from the boxing historian, the knowledge Spencer Fearens, it's definite that it is unusual. You're quite right, and it is making for an absolute cracker.
Elliot showing his experience.
Something's got to give here, Tunde, hasn't it? Unless they're going to see out a draw, which presumably neither of them want.
I'm very impressed.
And see how this one unfolds.
I feel Elliot is more smoother. And there you just see a right hook, left hook by Elliot. His boxing seems to be more smoother than Tetley. And there you see.
Yeah, it's not even that, Elliot's was more assertive.
Good left hook by Elliot to finish the round.
And that could be the difference, couldn't it? Shots like that at the end of exchanges can sway it in your favour. How are you seeing this one so far, Spencer, in terms of the preferred work, if that's even possible?
Well, you know what? It's not the case of the preferred work. It's like the guy who's actually throwing the shots with the more snap on it, or the more dominance, and that's actually wrong. Technically, to credit, he's putting clusters together. When he gets the chance to, he puts clusters together, which are really neat and they're eye-catching, but they lack the thud of what Well's doing. When Well puts his shots together, you can hear the snap on it.
Yeah, you certainly can. Well, you may have heard the ring walk song for Darren Tetley. He dedicated that to his granddad Ernie. Apparently it was his favourite song. Says the big influences in his life for his granddad Ernie and Peter, and his wife's granddad Dave as well. Indeed, he won the WBO European title a day after his granddad Ernie's funeral, and said he went straight from the funeral to the weigh-in. So that's the dedication it takes at times when you're in sport and you want to succeed and you want to take every opportunity that comes your way. So here we are in round 4, scheduled for 8.
Very
and so
even
far,
contest, right?
neither fighter has really given an inch. And I think in terms of mentality, well matched as well, because nobody has taken a step back.
Ooh.
I don't foresee, and I might even regret saying this, but I don't foresee a stoppage in this one. You don't look at this fight and see stoppage material. Of course it can happen, but it does look like that we're set for some grueling rounds here.
A stoppage, it will come from Elliot, because although Tetley is coming, yeah, he's doing good work. I just feel the smoother work is being administered by Elliot here. He's jabbing well, he's throwing good body shots, and he's throwing his backhand, and so is Tetley. But I just feel the sharpness is coming from Elliot.
Yeah, well, this is. I don't know who's looking after.
Good right counter there by Elliot.
But this is a big chance. He's only had 7 fights, you know, and you're putting him in with a guy of this experience with
27 fights.
Yeah, exactly.
It is, but of course Elliot Whale did have a very, very, you know, he's good, comes to it.
Yeah, he did. Straight left hand there by Elliot. As I said, Spencer,
he's had good experience as an amateur. Trying to follow up there on Tetley and put him under pressure, but Tetley seems to have weathered the storm for now. Is Whale starting to take control of this one now? Imposing his authority over Darren Tetley as he steps forward now. Can Darren Tetley weather the storm here?
1-2 by Elliot.
Oh, he comes back with a hook of his own though, Tetley. Elliot Whale just steadies himself, steadies his feet, both men.
Oh, left hook to the body by Elliot.
Just stepping back, taking a breather, assessing one another as they
jab.
He's trying to set up again. What a good sequence that was. Whale having the better of it. Tetley managed to come through. He touched up tight. Just pushes him off.
Left hand. Good shooting. Left hook to the body by Elliot. Still piling on the pressure. Left hook to the body again by Elliot. And those body shots are paying dividends. Left hook to the head by Elliot. 1-2 by Elliot. 3.
Tetley is finding himself under a period of pressure here, but manages to stave that attack off with a couple of jabs. Whale has certainly started to up the tempo here
but Elliot,
in the closing stages, but Tetley firing back now to close out the round.
Great round.
Elliot Whale having the better of the exchanges in that one. Tetley certainly managed to rally and come back with a few of his own, but perhaps that was the round where Elliot Whale stepped it up and stamped his authority on it a little bit more. We've got Denzel Bentley who's joined us again now. What have you made of this one so far, Dens?
I think Elliot Whale starting to take over. At first it was a bit, you know...
And it's off, the referee has waved it off. Retired in the corner. He seems to have a problem with his eye, does Darren Tetley. So they're just assessing him in the corner now as the coaches make their way over. Seems to have been the doctor that came over to the corner and may have had the final say on that one. So the referee came over and waved his arms in the air. It was somewhat of a surprise to Elliot Whale, who was getting ready to come out for the next round, but obviously it was deemed that the eye injury was serious. The doctor is still in the corner. He's chatting now to Tetley's coach. Tetley did gesture towards his eye, pointing it out to his supporters in the crowd. A bit difficult to see whether it was his eye, but there's certainly been some sort of injury that's caused the referee to stop this one. Both fighters chatting in the ring, a great show of respect there, so I'm sure that we'll find out when we chat to them afterwards exactly what's happened. But Tetley raising Elliot Whale's arm in the air then. I mean, what a great contest that was, and closely contested, and sometimes it can come down to this where perhaps you would suspect there was an injury. It was a very fierce exchange where he took some huge blows in that round, as we're seeing here on the replay. He was up against the ropes and Elliot Whale was loading up, and during that time presumably an injury to Tetley, and suffice to say He's been pulled out of this one. The ref has called it out, and the doctor seems to be quite concerned about whatever that injury may be. But both fighters making their way to centre ring now, and for our official result announcement, let's go to our MC, Vernon Ray.
So, ladies and gents, for the final time this evening, we do the results of our last contest. With a corner retiring their boxer at the end of round 4. So a TKO, your winner, and still unbeaten, Elliot. Ladies and gents,
well, it's always a shame when we see a fight that was really building up, and we were really enjoying that one. It's a real shame for Tetley to have to retire on his show. But of course, safety first. Debs, first of all, what a night of boxing at York Hall.
Oh, definitely, man. I mean, TM14 put on good shows all the time. The away fighters are always up for it. They always come to, you know, try and nick a win somewhere. So they always make it entertaining night. I mean, you could be here all day and have these fights where it's 40-36 all the way down the card, but these away fighters are here to cause upsets, and it was a good show tonight.
It certainly is. And Spencer Fearon's been joining us, boxing historian, of course. He'll be able to tell you the likes that have boxed him. And AJ and Fiore won their ABA titles here. Lennox Lewis has boxed here. Joe Calzaghe. Everybody. What a night of boxing we've had here, Spencer. He's just gone off to hug someone.
No,
Sunday, what a night of boxing we've had.
It was such a superb night of boxing. Great prospects, you know, good fighters, and evenly matched contest. That was what
certainly was. Speaking of which, we've got both fighters, Elliot Whale and Darren Tetley, ringside now with Ali Drew.
Yes, I've got both fighters here. Elliot, first of all, congratulations. Just talk us through that fight.
Listen, that was my toughest fight to date as a professional, you know what I mean? Stepping up with Darren Tetley, who's been there and done it, you know. He's was a WBO European champion, fought for a British title, great fighter. And I knew that he had a good training camp, he was going to be fit and strong, so I'm just happy to get the fight done and can enjoy Christmas now.
Yeah, and Darren, do you want to talk us through, you retired on your stool?
Yeah, he caught me in the first round, and I think perforated my eardrum. Was a bit echoey, and then he caught me a beautiful backhand on the eye, and obviously I don't know what's happened, I'll have to have a look, but I felt it straight away, and the side of my face is numb, so... But I only jumped on the interview not to take it, just to tell my wife and my kids at home I'm alright, and I'll be home tonight hopefully on Blackpool Sunday, and then enjoy Christmas. But
thank you.
All credit to him. I'm going to jump on him, all credit to him. I told him in the ring he's probably the most accurate, sharpest, and probably footing wise probably the hardest puncher I've been in with, to be fair. Very accurate on what he does, so I wish him all the best, and I want to let him enjoy his night. I just want to tell my wife and kids I'm alright. Well done, buddy.
Thanks, Darren. Yeah, and what a year you've had, out for so long. You're back with 2 fights this year, 2 stoppages.
Yeah, big thanks to my manager Errol at BCB for getting me out twice in not even 8 months. I mean, I've had a shit time since turning pro, and I've finally got a good team around me. I'm in a new gym, and everything's just flying, so hopefully now that performance there speaks for itself, and I get to have an opportunity to fight for a title or get on the big show, because I don't know why I get slept on so bad. To all these big promoters, just come sign boxing's best kept secret.
Well, it was a fantastic performance. Here's to a big 2024 for you.
Thank you, I'm looking forward to it. Big thanks to my sponsors, RMS, Grab and Skip and Grab Hire. Without them I wouldn't be able to make the move up to Shiny, Walsall, Boxmart Elite and BCB, so big thanks to everyone, my team, and yeah, let's go for the new year.
Well done, Elliot.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Well, that concludes an incredible night of boxing here at York Hall, and as we said, built in the 1920s, built for bathing but home to boxing. Since the 1950s it's been that no frills reputation, and by the blood and sweat of countless fighters on this hallowed ground, it is quite a venue, it really is. Lennox Lewis, Joe Calzaghe, David Hay, Cal Froch, Nigel Penn, Katie Taylor, they've all boxed here, and we get to watch boxing in those same surroundings that people have been watching it decades ago, which is pretty special. And as Mark Turley, the boxing writer, put it, as punches land stand, they echo the past. Well, new history has been made here this evening, and we've seen some incredible fights. Really enjoyed being ringside with Tundi, Denzel and Spencer, and thank you to Ali at ringside as well. But that is not all. We have more on the way on FightZone TV. Yes, more in store from the Cayman Islands, and I doubt that has been said many times, from York Hall in London to the Cayman Islands. You're in for more of a treat, especially the headline of that one, Matt Windle and Craig Derbyshire battling it out for the Commonwealth title. We have had a fantastic night of boxing here. Thank you for joining us. Enjoy what's to come in the Cayman Islands here on FightZone TV.